day are you getting down at the conference? Tomorrow? Afternoon? Hey, Mickey. All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for carving out a little bit of your time this afternoon to be part of our board workshop. I want to remind everyone that today's topic of the workshop is to share with the members of the Board of Education and our community the work that the district, cabinet, and our consultant, Jim DeLicia, have been doing since the last time we met, and be here today to share with you the progress that we've made with our multi-year vision. So just to remind everyone, we started this process over the summer with the collection of anecdotal and qualitative data, as I had scheduled many superintendent forums across the community, met one-on-one with many community members, did a successful thought exchange, collection of information from 1,000+ community members and 3,000+ high school students, and of course the review of pertinent district quantitative data. If you recall, on November 14th, we were here all together, shared with the board and the community that we had come to the word shines as kind of our key word for our multi-year vision. And we then promised you that our next work would be involved in identifying those key pillar statements that would fall within each one of the S, H, I, N, E, S categories, which we're happy to share with you today. Then we also took the step that the board and Jim had recommended, which was to form a community committee, which each board member provided us a few names, as well as a few names that I added to the committee. And I'm pleased to announce that on February 9th, this community committee came together in person as the board had requested. We were able to show them our original draft of what we are calling SBCUSD Shines 2030, and shared with them the pillar statements beneath each one. We received their feedback and mostly validation, which was a great indicator that we were on the right step. So today we're asking the board now to review our product, our format, and the design that we have put together. And this will be your opportunity today to let us know, are we on the right track? Or any other ideas, suggestions, or recommendation that you would like to give us today so that Cabinet and I can go back and work on it some more. Then we have one more meeting with our community committee to kind of look at the last draft. We said to them, the role that they're serving is kind of like a motion picture. The director always shows a motion picture to a group of people before it gets out to the masses. And so they will have one last time to take a look at any changes that we make and give us one last scrutiny, and that our hope is that on March 26th, the board will approve this multi-year vision that would take us to 2030. So a couple things to leave you with before I turn it over to Jim is, first is our goal as a cabinet and as a team was to put together mission statement, core values, and a vision that was going to be easy to read, easy to remember, easy to ambassador, easy for our staff to see their daily impact on the vision, and most importantly, for everyone in our community and beyond our community limits to know exactly the direction that we're going as a district. So you will see today at your desk, you'll see a copy of a mock of what would be the pamphlet. Remember, we're going to put something together like this, but you're kind of just seeing it on paper format. So we'll get a chance to take a look at that. You're going to see the operating values, and then Jim today will kind of walk us through each one of those components. So please feel free to, this is an interactive process, so at any time you have questions, suggestions, please let us know because we'll be taking it down. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jim DeLisio.
Okay, thank you, Maurizio. Great to be back with you, this time in person, which is always nice, yay. And I'm very excited to share the work that we've done so far with you. It's as coming into the district and having a chance to work with all of the team internally and then your community. I have to say, there's what I encountered was an incredible energy, excitement. It was almost like the turning of a page or a new chapter, a sense of real commitment to taking what you have and growing it and putting it out there. So it was just a pleasure to work with a group of folks in the community and within the district that were incredibly committed and ready to move forward. So you do have a couple of things in front of you. You've got a copy of the slides that I have, but also very quickly the slides will connect with the draft. And so I'll kind of guide you on shuffling your papers a little bit. But I did want to share a little bit about the product, a few things about the product that we're producing so you have a sense of how it's structured and its use. So if you look at the draft Shines document, it will serve a number of purposes, and we can get into sort of how it will be used. But in essence, it is a very fundamental set of statements which describes really the identity of the district. Answers very important questions. You know, who are we? What is our core purpose? What is the essential value that we provide those we serve? Where are we going? What does the district look like as we strive to achieve a certain level of performance? What do we stand for? I think an important part of any school district or any organization that serves the community is to be able to articulate what you believe in and what you stand for. What are the principles by which you operate? And this piece and pieces you'll see go into that. And then finally, what results are we driving toward by 2030 so that there's a tangible nature to this. It isn't just a lofty statement, but it's a statement wrapped around some action and some outcomes that we're shooting for. So I think it's a great combination in that regard. So why don't we start with the mission? A mission obviously conveys, I like to say our mission is our why. It's the essential reason we are here and providing essential value to those we serve. And it is a notoriously difficult statement to draft for a number of reasons. One, it's got to be concise and hopefully memorable. So in a very few number of words, you have to convey some powerful concepts. And it must resonate with a wide variety of audiences. A mission is probably the most visible piece you're going to put out there to members of the public, to the business community, to the nonprofit community, to the religious community, and to people who don't even live here yet and are interested in finding out about the community and the school district. And so it has to read and appeal to a very, very wide group of audiences. And finally, in my perspective, it should be aspirational, but it also should be inspirational. It's got to have that feeling when you read it. And so here is the work. One more thing. As Maurizio said, this was a process that reached very wide and very deep to try to get the feelings, the thoughts, the perspectives of all of your various stakeholders. And so on the slide that you see on the screen now is really a summary of sort of some important concepts of what we heard from these groups that would inform a mission statement. And we heard four very repetitive things as we talked to a wide variety of audiences. One is, it was the concept of that we're investing in our students' potential. And that concept of investment, that it has a deepness to it, it has a payoff to it that far exceeds the time that they're with us. The second concept goes with that, is that the impact we make on those we serve stretches very, very far beyond the time that they're in school. Two other concepts. We heard that this is a whole child impact. It's we prepare our students to succeed in life. We prepare them physically, health-wise. We prepare them mentally, socially, emotionally, and intellectually. That was a very important concept. And the other one, for sure, was that it isn't a body of students. It's a body of students made up of unique individuals that have unique dreams and interests and potential. And so, how do you put all of that into a very few words and have it convey and appeal to a wide variety of audience? And so here's where we are with that. So the mission of the San Bernardino City Unified School District: each child has the skills, resilience, and determination to create their path and thrive in school, career, and life. That is where we are with the statement. We feel good about that statement as reflective of the feedback we heard and reflective of the broad impact you actually do have on the students. So each student has the skills, resilience, and determination to create their path and thrive in school, career, and life.
And Jim, and I want to interject a couple things. So our committee, our community committee, as well as cabinet, two words that really were heard over and over and over again was resilience and thrive.
Right.
Those were two big key words that both cabinet and our community committee really focused on. And the third element was this idea of our mission statement shouldn't just capture kids until 12th grade, that our mission is to prepare them after they leave the school district, which I thought was a wonderful concept, right? Because many times mission statements in the school district are confined to their time with us. What we're trying to do is build people beyond their time with us so that our community prospers together. So the word career and life was important.
Yeah, very much so.
So let me just ask you a question, because you know I'm real practical. Are you saying that we're going to help to ensure each student has the skills, resilience, and determination? Because it's obvious all the students right now may not have the skills and the resilience.
Right.
So what is the statement saying? Is the statement saying we're here to help accommodate that or ensure it happens, or?
Yeah, thank you for the question, President Tillman. So yes, so the whole focus, we're talking about the whole child.
Right.
You know, we're investing a lot in this district, and not only just the academics, but also social-emotional health. We're talking about financial readiness when they get older, how to deal with, how to confront obstacles in social life. So yes, all of those elements are components that our community has said is important, which is why during the thought exchange and during the one-on-one meetings, one of the reoccurring themes that came up was making sure that we continue to have family engagement, that we continue to have emotional support mechanism, tools, and strategies for our kids, and just the tools to succeed in life.
Right.
So yes.
So I guess my point is, we would want to make it clarified, saying that it's our mission to create an environment to ensure that each student has the skills, resilience, and
Yeah. Yes, it is at the level of a mission statement. It is very much the sense that everything we do should result in this potential outcome. It's interesting. We originally
I know I'm just saying I'm confused by it. If I'm just coming in and reading the statement, it doesn't make sense to me, because
I can tell you what the feedback we got. We had originally the mission of the San Bernardino City Unified School is to ensure that.
Exactly.
Right? And the feedback that we got, which is fine, and the feedback we got from the community was that is too wordy, too long, and we need to be more demonstrative about it. In other words, if we say the mission statement is that each student, boom. And so we took a stab at shortening it and trying to make it a little more demonstrative, but the original statement we brought to the community was something along the lines of ensure or strive to create this outcome.
I think you have to have that in there. The statement standing by itself doesn't talk about what our role is. If I read this, it's saying that the district is declaring that each student has the skills, resilience, and determination to create their own path. I think it's our job to make sure we facilitate so they do have the skills, resilience, and determination. We want to be there to accommodate that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Got it noted. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Tillman.
Be Ms. Husky and then Ms. Medina.
Yes, my question was along the same, and I think it should just start with to ensure. I agree with you on that, because that then, it doesn't make it wordy, it doesn't put all that other stuff, but then it says what our role is, because I had that same challenge with it, although I love this. I had been part of a group that was looking at our vision and mission a couple years ago when we started to do this, and this is really where the students in our group and a lot of us wanted to get to, and so I'm a fan of this, but I do think it needs the to ensure.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Medina?
Yeah, and so I actually read it differently, I guess, different perspectives of the way they read it. For me, I just saw this more as a statement of the child versus what are we doing or how are they going to accomplish that. So I think that to ensure that we help support them, because I was wondering, well, who's the who? Because we have the students, and sometimes our students, they create their path, but, sometimes the path that they're creating is coming from an environment that's not necessarily the best environment to build at. And so I think that's where the who is very important, and that's us as a district, and the employees and everyone's going to help with that.
Okay.
So I do agree with that change. I actually like the bullet points. If there's a way that even if the page before it, if we have that as maybe an addition to, like maybe you have the statement and then the bullet points are really good to show how, this is, so that bullet point area. So I actually thought this was a really good statement. I know it's in bullet points. My mind reads more things in bullet points versus in other ways, but both are really good except for that adjustment.
Great, thank you. The other thing I think you'll see is that these concepts, you'll see them woven through the other statements as well. So it kind of tells a full story. The mission statement should stand alone for sure, but when you read the statements collectively, they're going to tell that story. Yeah.
I just may add. And again, perspectives, right? For me, it was as is pretty clear. I wouldn't mind adding the ensure part, the 2 words, but just mission statement in itself is basically the purpose, right? So it's kind of, I don't know, a little bit redundant, but for clarity purposes, I wouldn't mind the 2 words. Okay. I like the short and sweet.
Appreciate that. Thanks for the feedback, everyone. Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. You get so close to something, it's nice to kind of hear a fresh read, right? Okay, so as Maurizio shared with you, the next part of the document then is really the vision, and honestly, it's kind of our promise for 2030, and it's organized around 6 pillars in the SHINE structure, and those pillars are all important areas of performance that the district needs to do well in if that mission statement is actually going to be achieved. And so the construct is really clean and nice there. So the slides now revert to the actual draft of the piece, the mock-up. So you can see the cover, Shines 2030. You can see then the inside cover would be the mission statement. The SHINES acronym, the pillars. And then there's a page for each of those letters.
Let me stop you there.
Yeah, please.
For those of you that walked in a little bit, remember we're going to be putting together a pamphlet. So each one of these pages represent a page of this little booklet, just so it makes sense, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly. Okay. So the statements underneath each of the pillars reflect outcomes that are important to achieve by 2030 in order for, again, the district to progress. And these were born from a lot of research and input about what were the areas for change and improvement, what were the issues that we needed to tackle, and these statements then were sort of outcomes of that thinking and that input. So let me kind of tee up this set of statements under SBC USD Strong. These set of statements really recap all the components that must be strong in order for San Bernardino to be strong. And so the components that each of these statements relate to are, obviously, our students have to be strong, our family units have to be strong, our district has to be strong, and ultimately the community. So these are sort of banner statements that all talk about necessary strength for San Bernardino and the district to be strong. So that's what we've got on these 5.
Yep. So just so the board knows, we originally had the SBCUSC strong part as the last S, and our cabinet and our community group felt that that should be the first one.
Right.
And I agreed. I think I stood up and I said, when people ask me, "Are you from San Bernardino?" my answer is, "You damn right I'm from San Bernardino." Pride was a big term that our community wanted, so the suggestion was to move the SB strong portion to the beginning, set the tone that we are proud to be San Bernardino, we're going to build pride in this district and in this city, and then this is how we're going to do it. So it got moved up to the front.
Exactly. Unfortunately, the acronym has an S at the end and the beginning, so that was quite easy to do. But here are the 5 statements. You can obviously read them and would want to take comments on any of them.
Okay. So I think that's great. I just have a question though. It's more just did we double check to make sure that this is we can use SB Strong? We went with SBCUSD Strong because our district is composed.
I think her question is, you're just saying from a perspective of ownership.
Right,
I think it's unique by saying SBC USD though. Everybody uses strong.
right, exactly. I just want to make sure that we
sure.
ensure that even if we display it, to make sure it's not a trademark.
It's not.
Okay,
Everybody uses, wherever something bad happens, they use strong.
I know they do.
So
But
we're
it's just-
SBC USD. Is anybody else using SBC USD?
No, that part's fine.
Yeah.
It's
But
just
they
wanna
are
make
using
sure
San
that we-
Bernardino.
You're talking about the image
Strong.
that's in the,
Yes.
yeah, Mary, you want to speak to the image and the origins of that image?
This is, I believe, after that tragedy,
Right.
our students performed. So these,
Well, this is not our image. You're just showing a copy. What?
Okay,
these are our students, so it is our image.
Gotcha. Okay.
okay, just making sure.
Good point.
Yeah, and we were very conscientious and intentional that all the pictures that are going to be a part of our pamphlet are going to be our students, not stock pictures. So I appreciate the question.
And I think maybe Mrs. Alexander's point is, instead of having, if this is really our design work in this picture, are we going to have signs that say SBC USD strong?
Yeah, if that's the will of the
Yeah,
board.
then it'll be unique to ourselves. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, along that line, if it is that we want to include Highland, then we say that and then we immediately exclude them in the top picture. So people are going to still hear SB Strong and not SBCUSD Strong. Even though I know that's a very pivotal moment in our history, I think that the students could still be there, but we might want to change that to SBCUSD Strong instead of that as a
Right.
logo in the picture.
I agree.
Thank you. Good suggestion.
Statements, comments, and any comments about the statements, or otherwise we'll move to H. Okay. H, high expectations for academics and innovation to be college and career ready. So these statements as a set, the intent is to convey the commitment to academics and the means to showcase for students all the opportunities they have to discover their path and thrive. So it's a connection back to the mission of Path and Thrive, but it focuses on all of those ways that we strengthen academic proficiency and expose our students to pathways and make them career ready.
And just a question, not meaning to get too technical, but when you say proficiency, do you mean from the perspective of the test scores?
Yes.
And you say all, because I know we have some students who they're never going to be proficient in these areas you're talking about, only because of some of the extenuating circumstances that they're. I mean, Ms. Grande worked at Anderson. There are students that are not going to be proficient in reading, math, and writing, right, Ms. Grande? No, I'm just, but the statement says all students consistently meet benchmarks for academic.
That's our aspiration.
I really, I guess what the part that concerns me is, I mean, it's great, and I love the fact that, you did the 50, 50, 90, but I hate to lose sight of the fact that we have students in our district that we give a lot of benefit to, but you never can measure it based on being proficient in reading, writing, and math. And now the times, I know you worked at Anderson, but the times I visited there, and they may have had students that came out for the Special Olympics or whatever, but the parents there just enjoyed the love that we gave their students. And some of the students were nonverbal, many of them, but we are providing an educational service to those students that the students and the parents love. But it has nothing to do with whether or not they're going to, be proficient. Okay. I'll go along with that. Okay, I'm fine with it. Okay. Mr. Husky, then I'm gonna have Ms. Medina, and then Ms. Ceballos.
Two things on that. We're saying 50, 50, 95, and 50 isn't all. So I know that that's what we want. Ideally, we would have 100% of students meeting the benchmark, but I think our goal should match our goal. So
Well,
we're students, so that's, we're still saying that students are consistently meeting their benchmarks, and that's what we want. That's my first thing. And the second thing is everything else is positively framed until you get to the attendance goal at the very end. And there's actually, thank you, Marlene, barriers, myths, and aversions that are reasons for students not attending. So I would like to have that statement be a positive statement instead of a negative statement, because everything else is a positive statement. So, attendance, daily attendance is encouraged, or, children are in school every day, something that's a positive statement, because it's the only one that's not a positive statement.
Thank you. That's a good observation. Thank you. And just going back to the 50, 50, 95, remember, that's a short-term goal because we want to continue to build. But I also understand the comments made. We'll work on maybe a little different wording for that first one, but I think I captured the grasp of where everybody's at.
Well, because I'm okay with, see, the thing is that I'm okay with the word all in it, because at the end of the day, had, as an example, one of my children, had was struggling and might have not been that percentage of all, but yet had he not been pushed and, to the area. So I think for me, it's a positive way of thinking about how you want to have every student thrive. So it doesn't bother me, the word all, because had it not been for, really pushing all of my children, that you're gonna be the best as you can. I know it says academic proficiency in reading, writing, and math, and maybe they might not necessarily be in reading, but will excel in math. There's, students have different capabilities that can still be reached. And I just wouldn't want to remove the word all, because then we really don't know. Which ones will, which ones will not. And even those that have certain different abilities may still excel in one of these areas. And I wouldn't want to hinder that.
Thank you. Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you. For me, I don't mind the word all. I prefer it, as a matter of fact. And that's not to say that all students are going to, we are realistic, right? That's, some students, because of their disability or because of home environments, whatever the case may be, may not, perform at that level. But that doesn't mean that we should stop trying, and we shouldn't push as much as we can to make sure that they do excel. We are in the business of educating students. We're in the business of making sure that they do reach proficiency. What kind of proficiency? Amongst other things, but academic proficiency, right? We're making sure that we're preparing them for the world, a world that not always is going to accommodate for them and their needs. And so for me, I highly and strongly support all students. If the benchmarks are the concern, then maybe in the future we ought to have a conversation of appropriate benchmarks to utilize, appropriate tools, what that is going to look like. I know that for us, we use STAR and Renaissance and, other type of benchmarks to measure that. If that's not, what we want to utilize, then I think that should be a conversation for the future, but I strongly do support all students.
How about all students consistently strive to meet the benchmarks for academic proficiency?
How do you measure strive, though?
We're not talking about measure, we're making a statement, because I want the statement to be more accurate. When you make the statement that all students consistently meet benchmarks for academic, I guess my problem is this. I have a parent come to the board meeting, and they say, in your document, you say all students will consistently meet benchmarks for academic proficiency. And if the benchmark for proficiency is to be proficient or advanced, and we're not doing it, then we're never going to be performing at the level we're supposed to be performing at. And I think we should be able to be held accountable by the documents that we produce. And you're saying here that all students are going to meet the benchmark for proficiency. I know we have different personality traits, so to some it doesn't matter, but to some people, what you put on paper is supposed to mean something. Right. And I really don't like what we've done in the past, where we say all students will meet or exceed on the test. They're not. And we're at the time we're so low. I want something that I can hold you accountable for. Mm-hmm. And you said that you gave us a number. You said the short-term number is 50, 50, 95. That's something that I can say, you told us we're going to do this, and we're going to hold you accountable. And then the community can hold us accountable. We make statements that we don't really believe are factual, and we're doing it for a philosophical reason. I think it causes confusion. But I'm just one person. That's just I can live with it either way. I'm just telling you from my perspective, I just like the stuff to mean something.
Those are all very valid points, President Tillman and everyone who communicates. So we'll take back some suggestions, because maybe the comment or you can still have a statement that has high expectations, but you have something that says progressing towards, right? Because I think President Tillman is correct, is when you put something on paper, it's because you're serious, right? And so we want to make sure that the verbiage matches exactly the intent of what we're trying to do. So we'll work on some sort of language that maybe doesn't use the word all, but it talks about all kids progressing towards, right? Because
we have Ms. Alexander and then Dr. White.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with what we just shared. It just seems like it's a statement here, but there's no action behind it. Like, what are we trying to inspire here? So going back to the statement, aspire to inspire, it seems like we just put on here, for example, students access A through G courses, dual enrollment courses, and advanced placement courses in increasing numbers. What are we trying to do here? Like, if it's a high expectation, how do we do that? How do we ensure it?
So let me remind the board that once the vision, so the vision is an overarching expectation. Cabinet and I will be working on the action plan that actually creates the metrics and when we're going to measure those metrics along the way. So that will be the more precise aspect of this multi-year vision.
Right, and I understand that, but I think even with the statement, so the first statement, all students consistently meet, that even though I know we were going to probably redefine it or make it a little bit more concrete, this one just seems like it's a sentence, but it's not really saying what we're trying to do. allowing students access to A through G courses or ensuring students have access. That's, I think, would make it a little bit more concrete.
And we probably put the quantitative piece at the end where it says in increasing numbers. So perhaps we need to front load that somehow.
Right.
So, yeah, thank you for
Thank
that
you.
feedback.
And then Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, President Tillman. I was just going to agree with your comment earlier about when we say all students meet, that does set us up. Definitely, if somebody were to come in and say that my son or daughter did not meet the benchmarks, but I want to look at the rest a little bit more. I know I got here a little bit late, but thank you. Just want to add that piece.
Ms. Medina?
Yes, with regards to the access, so many years ago, I'd say maybe about 6 years ago, our district was only looking at access, which for me was an issue because then they wanted to show the percentage of students enrolled within the A through Gs, as an example. One thing is to have them enrolled, but another thing is to have them successfully completed. And so I agree, when you're looking at access, it's not necessarily just access, it's what the outcomes would be. And now we're looking at, in our district is, what are the outcomes of it? And that would be how many students are actually meeting versus accessing. Yeah.
Good. All right, let's go to the I. Keep our slides going too. Yeah, excellent feedback. So this was very important, another key theme from the research and the input received, and that basically is, simply put, the district doesn't do any of this alone. So partnerships with parents, families, the community, and frankly with the students themselves, where all are accountable for success. And so here we have a set of statements that sort of broadly defines where and how the district works with others in partnership to accomplish these student outcomes. And again, 5 statements which articulate with whom and what we're striving to do in working with others for student accomplishment.
Okay.
Just on the strong partnerships, because it's a list, but there's like a lot of others. We just have the elected officials, but we've had partnerships with a variety of other city, county personnel, CAL FIRE, city police.
No, if you can look at consent,
So I'm like,
when you look at consent, you have a whole list if you want to include all of them.
right, that's what I'm
So
like
you at
trying
least
to,
add ...
yeah, that's my issue is like, this is with the list. I mean, I
You
get
might
it.
leave
I don't know if
somebody
there's another
off.
way to word
Yeah.
that, but
Have
it's,
like maybe an inclusive statement at the end that.
yeah, something,
right?
right, that's, because I think this is all good. I don't have a problem with anything that's on here, right? But I think there's more folks who have been invested in our city, in our school district, that aren't listed.
So
It's,
among others.
right, because there are like city officials or, county officials who aren't elected, who are
Yeah,
investing time.
We'll find the
Yeah,
words
we
to make
will.
it the ...
We will.
That's a
Okay,
good
thank
point.
you.
Thank you.
Ms. Grande?
I want to also add to that, like, for example, today I just heard Scott Nelson at the Symphony Guild to talk about the partnerships that we have with our students here. That's incredible. With all the children touching and getting to know instruments and music by 3rd grade. And other partnerships, but the music and the fine arts that are coming, those are going to be huge partnerships that we have out there in the community. I don't want to miss that.
Great feedback. Thank you.
Great. Okay. On to the N.
I will say, just so that we can put it everywhere in this document, for something like that, technology could help, because when we put this online, you could actually have a hyperlink that lists all of the
partnerships.
organizations that we partner with.
That's a great idea.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll make a note of that. Yep. Hyperlink. All the partnerships. And you could keep changing that. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're gonna put it on paper, you could put a barcode there
Right.
where you scan it and see all the agencies that work with us, because it truly is impressive, and a lot of people take it for granted.
That's a great. I love that. Becomes interactive.
There you go.
It's listed. Perfect. Okay. N. And. So again, we know our students, in order for our students to learn and thrive, we need to focus on those supports that really underpin their ability to learn and reach the desired level of academic proficiency. And so we needed a set of statements which showcased our aspirations and our goals to provide those necessary supports so that our students can learn. And so these statements treat various goals related to that.
Ms. Alexander?
Just one clarification question. So are we talking about, for the last bullet point, we're talking about our pathways where we have focus on wellness and enrichment opportunities, or is it something else that we're referencing? Yes.
The last bullet?
Mhm.
That was in reference, in particular, to our EXL programs,
Okay.
extending the school day, the school experience, which.
What
as you-
letter are you on?
N.
The last bullet under N.
Okay.
So that was to highlight a lot of the information that you heard at the last board meeting,
Okay.
where we support kids beyond the school day, both academics,
Student learning. it
wellness,
says
et
it
cetera.
there.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, because some of the pathways, should we reference maybe our pathways in here too somehow?
It actually is on, pathways is on,
Earlier, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
cannot
we did.
understand.
It is earlier.
it's on the high expectations, the
Yeah,
H,
I saw it
and the
there.
paid internships.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Husky?
I just find the first bullet a little awkward because it's like nutritious student meals and athletic programs. So it's like nutrition and athletic programs, because it's more than just the meals supporting the healthy lifestyle, right? Because we're going to teach, I mean, it's very passive that we just give them a good lunch or breakfast. So I'm just like, do you know what I mean? Like,
It
it's
is
like,
more, it is more than that. It's a
yeah,
set
it's
of
more than
resources
that.
and
So you have, it's
services.
like, we're going to feed you a good lunch, and then, you
Yeah,
know,
okay.
you might want to be on the
Got it.
football team.
So maybe break it up into two, because as you see, bullet number 3 speaks to the emotional health and self-regulation, so.
Right, but I was thinking more, I mean, you're talking about healthy lifestyle in terms of, you know, being active and what you put in your body, right?
Yeah,
So, but
correct.
that's,
Right.
but it's like the athletic programs are more about teaching that healthy lifestyle, but the meals isn't about teaching. Giving them a meal isn't about teaching them a healthy lifestyle. So if like that's why I'm like, you know, nutrition, you know, however you do that. I mean, it is important that we give, that we're trying, you know,
Right.
tasty and healthy meals are important, but
Right.
you know, I just think if
But
we're
it's a
doing
piece of
supporting the
something
healthy
bigger.
lifestyle, there's more to
Okay.
it.
Okay. I get.
Now, they
Is
have
that-
another bullet, the one below, a focus on wellness at all schools promotes self-regulation.
Right, but that's more mental health. That's more, I see that as more the mental health, mental and emotional health, right? As the other is more about your physical well-being. The first one's physical, the other is the emotional, mental. So
Yeah.
however that we do the physical well-being in that first,
Got it.
Mhm.
I agree. I think it's too limiting. I mean, even when you think about the role that our nurses play,
yeah.
they do all kind of stuff during the day to, other than just, like you said, the,
Okay. Too specific.
right.
Yeah, it's a good, I mean, I like the physical health
Yeah.
bullet, and I think that's important that we do that we encourage, you know, that, because you'll live a lot longer with that.
Yeah.
But I think it's also important, especially with like our food deserts and stuff, they need to understand that, you know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I want to just give you context of how that bullet came to be, and maybe we didn't capture the essence of it, so I appreciate the feedback. The two biggest pieces of feedback from our high school students, you remember 3,000 of our high school students participated. One was restrooms, so we've been dealing with that already. We didn't need a vision statement to make sure our restrooms, and you've seen my memo for the restrooms. But it was the students' desire to really have better quality, better assortment of foods. And they also stated, you know, please keep our sports programs and all these extracurricular activities. So we wanted to honor our high school students and prominently display that there as the first bullet. So maybe we didn't capture it correctly. So having said that,
Yeah.
you know, maybe give me a suggestion, like, how would you have worded it, just so I kind of have an idea on where to take it from here.
I have one.
Please.
Support a healthy lifestyle through nutritious student meals and athletic programs. So I like what it says, I just think you need to play with the,
I really think they should be two different sentences.
you do?
I think it, I mean, we're totally trying to talk about that physical healthy lifestyle. So I think the nutritious student meals, the fact that we're going to give them meals because we're feeding breakfast and lunch for all students, I think is important that it's in here. But I also think that it's beyond that we're going to teach the nutrition, right? So it might be, support the healthy lifestyle through nutrition, nutrition.
And exercise.
Well, nutrition and exercise. Nutrition,
and
yeah.
exercise, both.
To provide it, yeah. I mean, it's because it's more than giving them the meal.
Right.
Like we're also teaching them to eat well.
So me, Miss Alexander, and then Miss Medina.
I guess I'm still not clear on what we're trying to accomplish with this section. Are we looking at the holistic part? I know I heard you say in terms of the high school students, but are we looking at the whole student? Or are we looking at the athletes? Because there are also challenges with athletes as well, or is it focused just on the students,
It's focused on
the scholars?
it's focused on students in general.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was important for our community. That was a big topic of wellness. And so we wanted to capture the whole picture of wellness within this end part.
We're doing all this within the context of fitting everything inside the word shine.
Good point.
But to clarify, the reason why I'm asking is because we have athletic programs support a healthy lifestyle.
Right, so the trick is to try
So-
to make sure we mention all the things we really want in here.
Right.
Because the strategic plan has been a big part of this district culture for years, and that's another item that our community wants to continue is our focus on the strategic plan. So we try to capture, as President Tillman said, as much as we can within a limited amount of words.
And honestly, I really do agree with Miss Angrande how she reframed it, because when you look at I think of it differently. Of a healthy lifestyle when it comes to the physical aspect, it's both nutrition and physical.
Right.
So I wouldn't want to necessarily separate it. Maybe better wordsmith it.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
But I think they go hand in hand now. Athletic programs, maybe it could be worded differently versus.
They need to
athletic
be
programs.
separate sentences.
Yeah, I think
but
they
when
need
you-
Trying to
separate
lump them
time.
together doesn't work.
But unless you separate athletic programs in a separate one, but when you when you add the healthy, the nutrition meals, student meals, I think that still incorporates some physical.
You can, but it could be a separate sentence.
Yeah. And can we add physical at the top?
Yeah.
So it's nutrition, wellness, physical, and mental health?
That's a good point.
I think that needs to be up there because I think it's important.
All right, E. So advance the slides here. E. All right, so for E, the set of statements we're attempting here to celebrate, obviously, the richness of the community as an asset and ensuring that each student feels a sense of belonging and has equal access to what the district has to offer. And so you'll see the series of E statements there.
Did the funding we have set aside for the lowest achieving schools, was it 10% of the schools or 5%?
Well, I used 10% because as you remember in the email, I also have captured comments that the board has made over the time frame. And I believe what's been thrown out is they wanted the superintendent to focus on our bottom 10%. Now the funding, I don't know if is it the bottom 5% or for CSI it's 5%, correct?
But I just, same thing though, if we're gonna say, they said, that you're saying here that the lowest achieving 10% of schools are uniquely funded.
Mhm.
So as long as you're telling me that you're gonna add some money to 10% of the schools and not 5. Because I don't want somebody to come to me and say, you have this statement about 10%, what are you doing extra at?
Take out the percent.
And show me the list.
It doesn't have to be a percentage.
Right, so the lowest achieving schools are uniquely funded.
Well, that's my point. My
Yeah.
point is right here, you have 10%. And I will say, in the past, the 5% came from when they initially did No Child Left Behind.
Right.
And for some reason, the state always focused on the 5% of low performing schools. They still do.
Yeah.
And you could easily wake up in the morning and be a story on CNN about the 5% of low performing schools. A district is always going to have 5% of its schools that are lowest
Right.
performing, 5% in your district. So make sure you're doing something at those schools so that you're never going to have those same schools sitting there.
Yeah, and again, I just want to remind the board, the 10% came from when we requested feedback from the board about top 10 priorities. 10% was used as a number, but we can certainly use 5%.
No, we could do 10. We have to make sure we put money towards the 10 though.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
your point.
Mr. Bios?
I have a question on the second bullet. It says African American student learning gaps are closed. So what does that mean exactly? Because when we talk about learning gaps, we can argue that there's learning gaps across the board for every, different race, right? And so what does that specifically mean for African American students? And then what statement here will address other ethnic groups as well?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So that bullet was intended to reflect the board policy for the African American student achievement that was done in 2007. We've talked about that a few times. And that was a very important, that came out a lot in our community discussions about that board policy being in place since 2007. So there was a feeling of there needing to be intentionality. And I didn't want to use board policy 6.1, and it just seemed so impersonal. So we decided to identify the bullet by using African American student, but it's to reflect the board policy that was put in place in 2007. That doesn't stop our responsibility of dealing with all other gaps, but that one was intentional because of the board policy.
And if I can just follow up, so then when you talk about learning gaps, like, what are specific metrics on that? Like, because district-wide you have 50-50, 95. So now if we're adding a specific bullet point, to make sure that we target African American students, do we have a separate then metric specifically for accountability purposes, right?
Yes, so the answer is yes. So I've met with Anna Applegate, our Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, and Dr. Will Greer. So one of the charges that I've given them is to look at the board policy, because the board policy is pretty clear about the different components that the board wished for there to be improvement. So I've asked them to put together a proposed series of metrics that match all of the elements of the board policy. So I've not seen those yet. We're scheduled to meet, I believe, next week or the week after. And I'll decide if those metrics are appropriate, but yes, to answer your question, there will be metrics that will be followed that address specifically the components that are listed in the board policy.
Mr. Husky, and then Dr. White.
I believe that, the achievement gap for African American students, particularly in our district, is a crisis, and that we need to deal with it. In terms of this, I sort of also found this awkward. What if we did student learning gaps are closed with a focus on African American students? So that we know that that's still our focus, but we have other gaps, socioeconomic. We know low SES has issues. We know special education has issues. We know foster homeless has issues. So, making it so that we know that we're looking at the learning gap, right, because that's part of our 50-50 goal is we want to target those learning gaps that we're having. But we know that by board policy, we have an extra special focus on our African American students because of the crisis that we have.
And not just on board policy. If you look at the recent results of the test scores,
right,
it's
exactly.
still cause for concern. Huge.
Agreed. That's kind of my point with the focus there. But I think we need to hold ourselves accountable for looking at our student learning gaps across the board. But that's our focus.
I think it was Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little quick question for clarification on our board policy regarding student achievement, African American student achievement. Is there language in there discussing learning gaps? I'm just wondering where we came up from the language here.
The board policy doesn't use the word learning gap.
Okay.
The learning gap is just a term we use because they have been the student group that has performed the lowest, I believe, is special education students as well, historically, over at least 20 years of standardized testing. So learning gap was more of an internal word.
The term was targeted instruction, right?
Targeted instruction, correct.
And the reason why I ask is because I'm thinking we can put a more positive spin on this rather than using the term learning gap. Maybe
Okay.
African American students continue to improve, continue to increase, continue to be a top priority, but I would recommend getting away from learning gap.
Okay, appreciate that.
You could use the term targeted instruction.
If that's that's why I asked Mr. President what the board policy said. Maybe we can align it more with what it says. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Mrs. Alexander?
Thank you. I have a question related to the last bullet point. Inclusive excellence and a high level of customer service is a standard across the district. What are we saying here in terms of our teachers? Are we including them in customer service, or what does that mean?
This would be inclusive of everyone in the district, that everyone in the district would exercise good customer service, and that inclusive excellence is how we do work in this district, that no one is made to feel inferior or not welcomed or differentiated in a negative way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mrs. Grande?
I've been looking for a way to promote kindness as a value in our district for a long, long time. And all of these are very wonderful: resilience, thrive, just wonderful. And then, but the thing is that, you know, even the one point that offers dignity, unless kindness is actually spoken, it can be a value, yes, but there's many ways to show kindness. It could be through silent communication, it could be through actions, it could be body language. There are a lot of ways that employees, myself, a teacher, a principal, somebody can feel uncomfortable, not safe. Why? Because people, someone, somewhere did, said, or indicated the opposite of kindness. And we want our children to feel safe.
Right there.
We see it, customer service. We used to have customer service awards when people walked in, parents and other people. And if our office staff was abrupt, if our office staff with their body language made them feel unimportant, not acknowledged.
Ms. Grande, so what letter do you want the statement for kindness to be under?
On the last one where it says inclusive excellence and a high level of customer service and kindness is the standard across the district. Maybe it's too far, maybe it's too much, I don't know, but that's what, it's under E in equity.
Yeah, my point is, it doesn't have to be under E though.
Okay, no, it doesn't. I've been searching.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. We're also going to show you some core values statements, and we found a good place where that would be, but it can exist in both, so we have it noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect place, yeah.
Okay.
Because it could be under the next letter also, where it's the last S. Is that everybody on that page? All right, go ahead.
Okay, last S. All right. Yes, so finally, another essential for learning is a safe, secure environment that has all the necessary tools for learning to prepare our kids for the future. And so again, we're trying in these statements to treat all the various aspects of what safe means, what secure means, what equipped means in the guise of the learning environment and the facilities. And so there's your final set of statements to review.
I think Mrs. Grande wants one that says staff will be trained with the most updated strategies, systems, and protocols that promote kindness.
You can put it in two places, I don't care. It fits.
Okay. Any questions on this one? All right.
Okay. So quickly, if you look at the rest of the pages of the document so you can get a sense of what the booklet will be like, and then I'll go to the operating values.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Comnet? This $1.1 billion, is that the normal budget, or is that including ESSER money? ESSER money? We lowered? Okay. Thank you. Ms. Shasky?
On the last one, I apologize, on the S, it says all security and safety personnel. Is there a place where, and I can't remember going back in the letters, where the building positive caring relationships with students, staff, and the community, where that's also about the students and the staff and the community? Like I think all three pillars, you know, school security and safety personnel are part of our staff, right? So I think all three pillars need to be building positive caring relationships. I don't think that's a one-way issue to building a safe and secure campus. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm missing your point.
So in bullet 2, it says all school security and safety personnel are well-trained and respectful and build positive caring relationships with students, staff, and the community. That's important, but it's also important that students build positive caring relationships with staff and the community. It's also important that the staff build.
Yeah.
Right, so it's more of a triangle than a one-way. Right now, it's just a one-way arrow. but it needs to,
Got it.
it needs to be more of a triangle of building positive, caring relationships
Like a
and
rumble line.
respectful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes to her kindness piece. That's
You,
her
and you,
extra
that's
kindness
my
piece.
point, so you're really saying it shouldn't be limited to school security and safety personnel?
Right. I mean, it's important that they do that, but it's also important that the students do that with each other and with staff in the community. It's
So would you
important
want
that
it
the
to
community.
say all school staff?
Well, we can
All
word
school
it so
personnel?
Yeah, I
there's a
think
reciprocal.
Right, that's,
statement.
yeah, I'm not, don't need to
Reciprocal,
word it
yeah.
there, but I
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that it's
Yeah.
a triangle, that everybody is doing that with
understand.
Or you
everybody
can
else.
leave this, but add the other part somewhere else?
Correct.
Right, because there's a related part under mental health that gets into that kind of safety and respect piece as well, so
Right, but we
we'll
don't-
note that.
It's
Yeah,
gotta be
but
Yeah,
both
that
ways.
whole triangle,
Yeah,
right,
it's gotta,
right, yeah.
it's gotta be all ways.
The students have to be led to that too.
Right,
Not
right.
everybody's gotta be
Yeah,
building.
that's a good point.
Yep, excellent.
Thank you.
They can't be.
Unkind.
I don't have to do it, it's not in the,
you can
it's
jump
not
to
in the
this
book.
Okay, all right. So look at this one pager, operating values,
This one here.
and let me kind of share with you what this is and how we intend to look at this. So as a component of articulating some foundational statements about who the district is and where it's going, is the what do we stand for and what do we believe piece of your identity. And for a school district, as I said, that's an important piece. And so we were thinking about how do we articulate the core operating values of the district, and we're defining that as statements that do communicate what we stand for as a district, what we believe in, and how we agree to operate the district, so that both within the district and everybody who experiences the district from the outside has a similar experience based on a set of principles. In a way, some groups call this the culture statement, because these are foundational building blocks of your culture. And so we approach this by saying, what are the concepts around which we should have statements about what we believe as a district? And so we, from a lot of different brainstorming and sorting, we came up with 9 concepts for operating values that we believe the district needs to articulate a statement about beliefs. And they are human potential, equity, safety, collaboration, professionalism, resilience, innovation, diversity, and pride, which again mirrors a bit of the Shines construct when you look at the pride piece being so critical in the district strong. So that's what these are.
And just one more, and the design of this isn't final. We just do this on for now, but we haven't created an actual design. We envision these core values being a campaign, a poster that is going to be prominently displayed in our lobbies, at our schools. This is our statement of what we believe as a district, as a board, as a superintendent, as a teacher, as a custodian, as a secretary. These are our beliefs. So
Right.
we just didn't want you to think this was in final format. This is still in work in progress.
Right. And the final point to be made out is that most organizations, many organizations have a list of concepts. Their values are single words. And we thought that's way too open to interpretation. You know, when you really want to understand, when we say equity, what do we mean by that? Which could eventually translate into what these look like in behavior and action, because the statements may sound great, but unless they're translated into actual consistent behavior and action, they don't become your demonstrated operating value. So we definitely didn't want a list of words. We definitely wanted to articulate a statement. And then, as Maurizio said, the go forward with this is to translate these into demonstrative action and behavior that's expected to live these values. So that's what you're looking at.
Yes.
I think this is great. I just have as a point of clarification, or just to bring it to your attention. So collaboration, we have it on here, but then when I thought we would have used the word collaboration, because words are powerful, we don't have it listed, and that's under I. So just if we're going to have one document, can we just make sure that in our pamphlet we have at least this word once or twice somewhere under partnership?
The word
Mhm.
collaboration
Yes.
in the other document.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Under the partnership section.
Right.
Anyone else? Ms. Shashki?
Under pride, it says San Bernardino will thrive. And I just go back to our first conversation that Ms. Alexander brought up about, and we talked about San Bernardino and Highland, either it should be, SBC USD will thrive, or San Bernardino/Highland
Or
will
and
thrive.
communities.
Or,
'cause
or take pride in their,
Are all
Yeah.
school district communities or?
but it says take pride in their community, San Bernardino will thrive. So, I don't know
Yep, good
if,
catch.
I don't know, I just want to make it consistent with our first.
But I do like the fact that when we're listing out, because I honestly believe, and I mentioned this before, that our district is what's going to be the thriving force of the city
Yeah.
of San Bernardino. Literally, we're the answer to a lot of the issues. And so, if we can use something referencing maybe cities or within the city, I don't know. I'm sure you're going to find someone that's going to help wordsmith that correctly. But
Yeah,
I
he's
do
right
like
here.
I do like that.
Yeah.
I do like that we are looking at, being the ones that should.
Which was the genesis of that
Right.
statement, being that impetus and strengthening those units, which are going to make San Bernardino
Right.
thrive. Yeah.
I was just more about making it consistent, because we talked in the beginning
Right.
about wanting SBCUSD, not SB, because we have the city, we have county, and we have the city of Highland, so,
Yeah,
being consistent
right.
with the two, but I agree, I mean, I
Yeah.
agree with that statement
Yeah,
100%, I just think we need to be
Yeah, we need to be
consistent
more
in ours.
inclusive of the areas.
Inclusive.
Yeah. And
That we
Muscoy is also
represent.
part of.
Muscoy, yeah, that we represent, and, North, Devore, so we have lots of areas that are communities in and of themselves, so how do we make this inclusive?
And then the final slide was simply the, where we're going to go from here. We will take all this feedback and continue to work on this. We do have another community workshop scheduled, which is very exciting. We had over 20, 25 community members
40
there.
people there.
It was it was a great group.
It was awesome.
So we've invited them back and hopefully others to join us on March 11th, and we'll debut again the piece and ask for any final feedback, and you will see it on March 19th.
So I just want to thank the members of the Board of Education. I really appreciate your genuine care, feedback, because we want to get this right. This is going to be our statement to the community between now and 2030. So thank you for taking this very seriously and putting time in. I want to thank our community committee, because they were powerful and they were a good bunch and very supportive of what we're trying to do. And they too, as was mentioned, believe that as the school district goes, the city will follow. So I appreciate that. And I just want to give a big shout out to our multimedia team and Mary Rowe and your team for putting together the product. And I know you guys are still working on it, man, but it's really looking great. And you guys have been putting a lot of hours into the template. So appreciate you and your team and all your hard work. So,
Mr. Bios?
So just a really quick question, I guess. Will we be having another meeting? So for me, this is really important, but I also want to align this to like metrics, right?
Mhm.
So when it comes to academics,
Mhm.
we have metrics that we use. I was looking at some, and I know we've seen them before, but I think it would be a good idea, or at least I would like to see them again, maybe more synthesized. So like, for instance, that question that I asked, about African-American students and the learning. So I would like to see the goal. I would like to see the metrics that we're going to be utilizing. And then also, just some examples on that same slide, equity, when we talk about high level of customer service, what are we basing our results on, right? I know that we use the survey, I can't remember.
Panorama. As an
Panorama,
example.
but is that the best, tool out there? I don't know. I'd like to see things like maybe, having at every school site, immediate feedback, boxes or of some sort, so something I would like to see, hopefully another meeting where we can attach some of those metrics that we're going to be utilizing for, if not every single one, at least the overarching. And then just lastly, too, on that first slide, just to go off, just want to make sure that you captured on that last bullet on SBC USD Strong, there is that San Bernardino again. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Yeah. And Mara, thank you for those comments. So that action plan, Cabinet and I will start working on it, assuming the board approves the final product, which looks like we're headed in the right direction. So thank you. During the month of April and May, we'll be working to put together that action plan, which you guys will see. So you'll see the different metrics that will be included. A lot of them are metrics that already exist internally, but you just haven't seen them because Anna and Sandra and her team have been putting together metrics for their departments. So you'll see those, and we'll share those with you probably a little closer in late May or early June. Okay? Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, see you a little bit later on.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you. That was a lot of work, Mr. Good job.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask Miss Allison Cooley to come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. She attends North Park Elementary School. Miss Cooley.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Miss Cooley. Did a great job. That brings us to 2.3, approval of agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Alexander and second by Mr. Husky. Vote, please. I'd like to ask student board members, Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Alzatma,
Aye.
and Ms. Rojo.
Aye.
And I would like to recognize a long-term past board member, Ms. Linda Savage. Would she please stand? She was here when I first got elected 29 years ago. I see her husband Phil with her. Good to see you guys tonight. And it's amazing you're still helping us out, Linda, in the community. Let's give Linda Savage a round of applause. Good evening. During the month of February, the district pays tribute and gives recognition in honor of Black History Month. Before we continue with the special recognition portion of our board meeting, I'd like to take a moment to turn the floor to our communications director, Ms. Mary Roan Goodwin.
Thank you, President Tillman. As he shared, I am the Director of Communications and Community Relations. I'd like to invite our board members and our executive cabinet to make their way to one of the reserved seats below at this time. Tonight, Arroyo Valley High School students will offer a cultural heritage presentation for the board, and the board will recognize the outstanding efforts of our diligent students, parents, and employees, as well as the commitment of our community partner, Assistance League of San Bernardino, for all of the support the organization has provided and the help that they've provided to our students over the years. Following the first presentation, board members will come forward for a photo opportunity and remain standing. As board members make their way forward, I'd like to invite our students with the AVHS School Dance Company, under the direction of dance teacher Diane Bonds, to make their way forward at this time. Audience, please give them a round of applause as they take their positions. Dancing to the song Stand Up from the motion picture Harriet, which is based on the inspirational life of iconic American freedom fighter Harriet Tubman. Her courage, audacity, and tenacity to fight led to the freedom of hundreds of slaves. Her life led to the change of the course of history.
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. Stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. Gotta keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. I go to prepare a place for you. I go to prepare a place for you. I go to prepare a place for you. I go to prepare a place for you.
Wow, that was truly fantastic. Let's bring them back. Students remain up front, and Ms. Bonds, please join us. Principal Manuel Gonzalez, please join us at the front for a photo. Audience, let's give these students from Arroyo Valley High School one more round of applause for that amazing presentation tonight, celebrating Black History Month in February. Good evening. I'm Communications Manager Maria Garcia, and I will MC this next segment of our recognition program. In a few moments, the board will honor students, parents, and staff from Lincoln, North Park, Rodriguez Prep, and Arroyo Valley High School. And the board will also show their appreciation to this month's Community Partner Award recipient, the Assistance League of San Bernardino. So before we move forward, I would like to invite our executive cabinet to take their places. They are already at their place along the ramp to greet tonight's honorees. Thank you, executive cabinet. Tonight's Community Partner Award winner will receive a special plaque made by our very own Bing Wong Elementary School students. And thank you once again for joining us this evening to celebrate and recognize the work of the Assistance League. We're so fortunate to have partners like Assistance League respond to the needs of our students. The Assistance League of San Bernardino has had a profound impact on our school community through its dedicated efforts to support children in need, from providing clothing to at-risk students to offering a free dental program. The Assistance League has consistently demonstrated its commitment to enhancing opportunities for the children in San Bernardino and Highland. As you know, many of our past and present Board of Education members have themselves performed at the League's annual fundraiser, the Headdress Ball. So for their tireless support and unwavering dedication to serving our SBCUSD students, please put your hands together for San Andreas High School Principal Dory Stratton, who serves as Vice President of Resources for the Assistance League. She will accept this award on the Assistance League's behalf and provide brief remarks. Thank you, Dory.
Thank you, Board President Tillman, Vice President Ceballos, SBCUSD Board, Superintendent Ariano, and Cabinet. My name is Dory Stratton, and I am the principal at San Andreas High School. But today I stand before you as the Assistance League of San Bernardino Vice President of Resource Development. At this time, I would like any current or past members from Assistance League of San Bernardino and Lake Confrere to please join me. Assistance League was chartered in 1947 and was founded to help the students of San Bernardino City Unified School District. We have two main charities for the Assistance League, and that is the Dr. Earl Crane Children's Dental Center. It was established in 1949, and we provide complete professional dental services to children between the age of 5 to 25 living in San Bernardino and surrounding communities, including Colton, Rialto, Highland, and Muscoy. The children of San Bernardino served by the dental center are from families of every ethnic, religious, and racial background who do not have dental insurance or are underinsured. Services are provided for a $20 fee per visit. No child is ever turned away if they cannot afford to pay the fee. Operation School Bell, which actually happened today, and Superintendent Ariano had the opportunity to join us, and we really appreciate him being there. It allows children who go to school without adequate clothing, and they often suffer low esteem because of the predicament they're in. Students K through 12 are identified by the San Bernardino City Unified School District, partnering with us with their personnel, and they bring the students to Operation School Bell. Students get to go shopping, which they did today at Walmart, for brand new clothing, and are outfitted from head to toe with the assistance of one of our caring members, which often are San Bernardino City Unified School District employees, as well as Assistance League members who give of their time. Often it's said that the students are so excited. One of the times they even told one of our volunteers, "Do you mean I get my own toothbrush and I don't have to share it with my brother?" So it is a very needed opportunity for our students to get something that a lot of us really do take for granted. Assistance League last year had 480 K-12 students served by Operation School Bell. 850 K-12 students were served by the Dr. Earl Crane Children's Dental Health Center, and 3,383 hours were volunteered by members of the Assistance League. So today I just want to thank you for your partnership and thank the Assistance League members for everything that they do. Thank you.
As they pose for pictures, we would really like to thank Dory for her service to our district, her service to the Assistance League of San Bernardino. So let's hear it one more time for the Assistance League. Thank you again, Assistance League. And our Board of Education will remain just where they are because now it's time for our Outstanding Student, Parent, and Employee Awards. The outstanding awards stem from the Board of Education's long-standing desire to honor deserving students in our school district to build self-esteem and showcase those who demonstrate excellence in academics, athletics, fine arts, and citizenship. The board also takes this time to recognize parents, volunteers, and employees who have earned an outstanding award. All of our school-level honorees will receive a certificate of appreciation from our Board of Education and a certificate from San Bernardino County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. Student and parent award winners will receive free tickets for themselves and their family to the San Bernardino Symphony. And our student honorees will also receive a district bumper sticker and yard sign. These presentations will take about 15 to 20 minutes, and we ask that as a courtesy to our fellow honorees that you please return to your seats after receiving your award so you can be there to cheer for those who cheered for you. With that in mind, when your name is called, would you and your immediate family please come forward to accept your award by walking down the ramp where you see the balloons. You will also have a photo taken with Superintendent Mr. Mauricio Arellano, the Board of Education, and your principal. After pictures, our honorees will exit using the walkway to my right, and yard signs will be available at the end of this segment. Our first school site recognitions are from Lincoln Elementary School. At this time, I'd like to invite Principal Dr. Heather Regalado to join us at the front. Audience, I hope you're ready to clap and cheer because we're starting with 5th grader Malachi Boyd. And Malachi was nominated by Carol Lizalde and is taught by Eric Brown. Malachi has shown tremendous growth in reading through his consistent perseverance. He now enjoys learning new words and takes pride in his learning. We're so proud of you, Malachi. Oh yeah, Mr. Eric Brown, come on down for the photo. Do we have Carol Lizalde here? Okay, Carol isn't here, but Mr. Eric Brown is coming forward as Malachi's teacher. I recognize Mr. Eric Brown as a former classified employee in this building, so let's hear it for Eric Brown. And let's keep the cheers and applause going by giving it up for 3rd grader Abraham Lopez Torres. Abraham is a student in Rebecca Corral's dual immersion class. Abraham is an English learner who has worked hard to learn his letter names and sounds in both languages and is now reading in Spanish and speaking English. Congratulations. Congratulations, Abraham and family. And now for our first Outstanding Parent Award winner, Diana Alvarez. Let's give Diana a round of applause as she comes forward. She has led the work for the Fall Festival and the upcoming Dr. Seuss Literacy event. We thank Diana for increasing family engagement opportunities at her school. Thank you, Diana. Let's give her a round of applause. And now I invite Senior Recreation Leader Lucy Garcia to come forward. Lucy is kind to staff, students, and families. She works day in and day out to make sure Lincoln is a safe place for students on the playground and in the cafeteria. She is a great role model for students and staff alike. Thank you, Lucy Garcia. And now please put your hands together for Counselor Ariceli Rodriguez. She is constantly thinking of ways to engage students and staff in order to grow as a school and a community. She is professional and works well with colleagues. In one short year, she has brought joy to everyone at Lincoln. Congratulations, Ariceli. Let's give them a round of applause, and thank you, audience, for honoring the students and staff from Lincoln Elementary School. Thank you to our Lincoln honorees for returning to your seats. Now let's keep the energy going by giving a big round of applause to North Park Elementary School and Principal Heather Bjornberg. Please make your way down the ramp and put your hands together as we welcome Samantha Cooley. Samantha is an outstanding student from Tiffany Johnson's third grade class. Samantha is responsible and excels in reading, writing, and math. She puts her best effort into completing class assignments and shows great attention to detail. Congratulations to Samantha Cooley. Thank you. And now we're going to hear it for sixth grader Elijah Moore. Elijah is an outstanding student in Tanya Heyman's class. Elijah is a model scholar, a positive role model, and always tries his best. He is usually the first to take the lead in group discussions by contributing and sharing ideas. Congratulations, Elijah. Okay, our next honoree is Administrative Secretary 2, Darlene Peters. Darlene works collaboratively with colleagues, families, and scholars, strengthening North Park's community and fostering a culture of teamwork and mutual support. Darlene's efforts have led to the successful implementation of various initiatives at North Park. Congratulations, Darlene. And now for program facilitator Heidi McQueen. Heidi's professionalism and genuine care and empathy for our community creates a positive and supportive atmosphere that enriches the experiences of all who interact with her. She goes the extra mile to ensure that everyone feels valued. Let's hear it for Heidi McQueen. And thank you to everyone for helping us honor our North Park students and staff. Let's give them another round of applause. And now it's my pleasure to welcome Rodriguez Prep Academy Principal Kathy Atencio. And let's welcome 8th grader Alana Jackson. Alana is an outstanding student. Throughout her academic journey, Alana has demonstrated a strong sense of responsibility, compassion, and leadership. Her exceptional academic performance reflects her commitment to excellence. Congratulations, Alana. And now we are going to custodian 1, Leticia Villalpando. Leticia consistently demonstrates pride in her work. Her enthusiasm and passion for upholding our values and fostering a positive learning environment serve as an inspiration to everyone who works with her. Thank you, Leticia, for helping us maintain beautiful campuses. All right, now for outstanding 7th grade ELA teacher Abigail Tejada. Abigail goes above and beyond to enrich our students' middle school experience. She stepped up to serve as the cheer coach, and she embodies the school spirit as the ASB teacher and and serving as department lead. Thank you, Abigail. Abigail is joined by other members of the Tejada family who I believe have contributed numerous teachers to SBC USD. So thank you to Abigail Tejada and the Tejada family for their commitment to helping us educate our scholars. Congratulations, Abigail. Let's give all of these Eagles another round of applause as they soar to academic excellence. And now our final Outstanding Achievement Award school is Arroyo Valley High School. Would Principal Manuel Gonzalez please come forward at this time? As he makes his way, please put your hands together for Brianna Hernandez, a sophomore in the Global Leadership Academy. Brianna actively works toward finding solutions and gaining new knowledge. She is willing to take academic risks and take on leadership positions. Congratulations, Brianna. And now for Yaretsi Medina Hernandez, a senior in the VAPA pathway. Yaretsi actively contributes to a positive and inclusive school environment. She is a dedicated member of the school orchestra and dance team, displaying her versatility and dedication to the arts. Okay, now we're going to honor Yadira Contreras. She is a stellar parent. Her unwavering commitment to her child's education is clearly seen through her active participation in parent meetings at the school and the district level. She fosters a supportive learning environment at home and at Arroyo Valley High School. Thank you, Yadira, for being a stellar parent volunteer. Now we're going to honor Campus Security Officer 2, Juanita Loya. Juanita possesses high standards for security protocols, but also goes above and beyond to establish a positive rapport with the students that she helps. Her approachability and genuine concern for students create a sense of trust and security within the Arroyo Valley campus. Let's hear it for Juanita. And now it's time to announce our very final Outstanding Achievement Award honoree for this evening, and that is Linked Learning Program Specialist and CTE Department Chair Dimitri Chronopoulos. Dimitri arrives at work with a smile, radiating positivity that uplifts the entire team. As a great listener, Dimitri ensures that every student and staff member is heard and valued. Thank you, Dimitri. So as we take the final picture, let's give all of our Arroyo Valley Hawks another round of applause. And immediately following the last photo, I thank the members of the Board of Education, Superintendent and Cabinet, and ask that they return to their seats. And thank you to our amazing audience for showing your support for all of our honorees. We send a special thank you to 5th District San Bernardino County Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. and the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra for supporting this evening's honorees. Audience, let's give our student presenters, our award recipients, another round of applause. And now this concludes this evening's special presentations. At this time, I'll turn the floor over to our board president, Mr. Tillman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and great job, staff, and congratulations to all the awardees. Let's give them one more round of applause. Ms. Medina.
I just wanted to say congratulations to everyone, but especially the performance, the students that performed. I just have to say it definitely merits a standing ovation. And they did an amazing job. And it wasn't just the performance of dance, it was also the emotions. If you saw their face and the way, I mean, it was just, I felt like I almost, wanted to, cheer up because you can feel the emotions that they were going through. So I thought it was beautiful, and congratulations to the school and the talent and how they were able to perform it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to 3.3, resolution in recognition of Women's History Month, International Women's Day. And because Mrs. Alexander brought out the assistance lead, I'll allow her to read that tonight.
Thank you, President Tillman. Whereas March is Women's History Month, a time dedicated to recognizing and spreading awareness of the importance of women in history of the United States and worldwide. And whereas March 8th is International Women's Day, a day of collective global activism and celebration. And whereas women have led efforts to secure equal opportunities for women, the emancipation movement, labor movements, civil rights movements, and other causes to create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas in the U.S. suffragists march and were arrested for in supporting women's right to vote and ultimately achieve the enactment of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. And whereas in our own community across the United States and worldwide, women have been and continue to be leaders in the forefront of social change efforts, business, science, government, math, art, literature, music, film, athletics, and more. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins others around the state, the nation, and the world in recognizing March as Women's History Month on March 8th, 2024 as International Women's Day, and directs district teachers to promote learning activities that encourage students to reflect on many notable contributions that women have made.
Moved. Second.
It was moved by Ms. Medina and seconded by Ms. Ceballos. Vote, please. Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Elzama,
Aye.
and Ms. Rojo.
Aye.
Motion passed. 3.4, resolution recognizing March as Arts Education Month. Mr. Husky.
Thank you. Whereas the visual and performing arts have a unique ability to connect us to our history, heritage, and culture, and whereas arts education, which includes dance, media arts, music, theater, and the visual arts, is a vital part of a quality basic education, providing a balanced education for all students, and whereas the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins California in recognizing arts education as an essential part of basic education for all students, pre-kindergarten through grade 12. And whereas artistic literacy, defined as the ability to understand, create, perform, present, produce, respond, and connect through the arts, is a core part of the arts education framework. Therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins the California Senate and Assembly in recognizing March as Arts Education Month and encourages all schools in the district to celebrate the arts with meaningful student activities and programs that demonstrate learning and understanding of the visual and performing arts. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Husky and second by Mrs. Alexander. Vote, please. Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Elzama,
Aye.
and Ms. Rojo.
Aye.
The motion passed. Section 4, 4.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda and within their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. And our first public comment will come from Joe Salas.
My apologies, President Tillman, Joe Salas. My agenda item is actually on the agenda. It's 10:23.
You want to wait then? Or you want to do it now?
If I could.
You want to wait?
Do it now, if possible. Real quick, I just wanted to thank Colleen Williams and Miss Hedges up at Swiss. The Assistance League was very appropriate, talking about their work that they do with the mobile dental clinic. I'm a TOSA at Norton Elementary. The Aviators down the street from you guys. It's really easy to get here now. Just take the 6th Street over. And I was working with some of my students on giving them reading assessments. And about probably 12 of them said, I was looking at them trying to do CVC words. And they're like, I'm like, can you read those words? And they're like, actually, no, I can't. And I said, I said, have you tried to get glasses? They said, yeah, I had an eye test from my school nurse, and my parents don't have time to go get glasses, even though the district provides free, referrals to the clinic, to an optometrist. But a lot of our families don't have time necessarily to go out into the clinic or know where to go get glasses. So I called my friends at the California University of Science and Medicine over there in Colton, and I said to Nastasia Venezuela, who's the director of public outreach, and she's done work with me at San Bernardino High School. I said, hey, Nastasia, do you have any community partners that provide mobile eye glasses? And she said, yes, we do. And so I had a little meeting with them and referred them to Miss Williams, the director of Swiss, and lo and behold, that was 3 months later. Thank you very much, Dr. Rodriguez. I know this is under your purview for getting this mobile eye clinic to our students. If you guys know what it is, it's parked right up there at our good partners at St. Bernardine's. It's this mobile eye clinic. They don't need any gas or anything. They just have all the generators. They pull up right to the school. They bring the students in for a free eye clinic and something beyond like an eye exam that tells like the health of the eye, the retina, and all that stuff. Not just like, can you see the DMV test? And they literally on site they have a refractor. I don't know what that is. I think it cuts glass on site, and they have lenses the students can pick, and the students will leave with the glasses. Or if they want to later on come back, and if it takes but within 2 weeks, they can have brand new glasses free of charge. So this is like this hits so many different things, but so many of our students don't have access to free eyewear. And so this is like kind of like the last piece within, I think I was senior 2030 vision on what it is, and this helps our students have vision. So very appropriate for the time, and I just really want to thank Dr. Rodriguez and everyone else who helped approve that, and hopefully it gets approved by tonight. So I'm sorry this is ahead of, this is on the agenda.
That's fine.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. Another one of those partnerships we talked about earlier. Tracy Melgoza. Push that button in front of you. It should turn green right there below. There you go. On the microphone base.
Testing.
There you go.
Good evening, panel. My name is Tracy Melgoza, and I am a paraeducator in special education at one of the high schools in our district. And not only am I coming with experience working directly with our students currently, but I'm coming as a citizen with the hopes to better our future with students, parents, teachers, staff, and the whole world. So I'm not here to bring you problems, but I'm here to bring you solutions. With that being said, I bring to you the Way of Honor. I have a poster in front of me. It was created by Dr. Arnold Nuremberg. He is now 82 years old. He's a licensed clinical psychologist in the state of California since 1974, which is 50 years. He was known in the 90s as the road rage therapist of America, and he popularized the term road rage. With that being said, we have a mental health crisis. And with the implementation of these principles in every school in America, hopefully beginning with the District of San Bernardino, I believe these principles can create a change of positive respect among students, teachers, staff, and whoever recite them daily. Think about the word honor and what it means to you. Think about if every person in this world had more honor, what a different world this would be. So, honor is our highest constructive values enshrined by the 4 principles of honor. And remember, repetition is preparation for application. I choose honor above all else, number 1. It's the path from wrongness and regret. Number 2, I wish you well. It's a path to your peace and extension of your love and compassion. Number 3, I take full responsibility for co-creating my reality and my problems. It is part of the path to your freedom. Number 4, I am grateful for the power I gained from hardship. It is the path to your nobility and the attitude of a true warrior. Now I bring you the bridge. The bridge connects the way of reality into honor. The bridge is, what is the most honorable thing to think, say, or do? In situations, you have to think, what's the most honorable thing to think? What's the most honorable thing to say? And what's the most honorable thing to do? Now, this is not about politics, race, or religion. You can bring up honor in any place in the world, and people know what honor truly stands for. Panel, I say to you, let's give this a chance. Pin up some posters in classrooms around schools and have a more honorable future for the students so they can strive for it, that the youth can digest, that our parents at home hear their children recite these pieces of wisdom, that the staff are able to exchange respect with students and they can actually teach without distraction. If every person in the world had more honor, what a different world this would be. Extreme respect always. Now, secondly, as a former scholarship athlete, I'm not here to bring you problems, I'm here to bring you solutions. So I have the Honor Athlete. It was also created by licensed clinical psychologist Arnold Nuremberg. At age 65, which he's 82 years old now, he took on the title of strongest drug-free man in the world for his age and weight, and he is a world champion powerlifter and champion bodybuilder. Now, what is an honor athlete? An honor athlete. I pledge by all that is sacred to me that I will not use my power and knowledge for unjust causes, but will only use it for constructive and honorable purposes. I am an honor athlete. This would be major bully prevention, especially with athletes knowing their strength they have with regular students. This is also key to help athletic teams and schools win and lose honorably. As a former student athlete, at the end of the game, the teams line up. You know how many times the teams would line up with one another, spit in their hand, and give high fives all the way down? How disrespectful, disgusting, and unsanitary. It's a way of preventing vandalizing rival schools, damaging property, and being a sore loser. Imagine how powerful this would be if the teams collectively said this. The defeated team, we salute you in our defeat. You inspire us to come back stronger than ever. The winning team, we salute you with much respect. You inspire us to remain humble in victory. And everyone says together, I am an honor athlete. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jessica Garcia?
Good evening, board. Excuse my voice. I have asthma, and so it's a little triggered right now. So I come before you this evening to ask, by a show of hands, can you tell me who knows or knew that there was a Black College Expo field trip on February 10th? Show of hands. Thank you. Can you tell me, do you know the incident that occurred on that day? Show of hands. Yes. So as a parent, I ask you, why have I not been informed? Why have I not received a letter? Why have I not been reached out to? My child was there. 2 of my children were there. I'm a parent of a student in Virtual Academy and a student at Indian Springs High School. My daughter called me at 2:30 in the afternoon to tell me that children were scattered everywhere, screaming that someone had a gun. Okay, screaming. So picture this scenario. You're a parent who has worked overnight shift. You get off early to drop your student off at the bus location, which was here, to ensure that she gets on the bus safely. She gets there safely. And your expectation is that the chaperone is going to be vigilant the whole time. Yes? As a parent, that's the expectation. So as a parent, what I got was a phone call at 2:30 with my child frantic, with her boyfriend, also frantic, because they were dropped off at the LA Convention Center, provided with a bracelet, and told, meet us back here at 5. Chaperone was gone. So when they called me, I said, where is your chaperone? Our chaperone left us. We don't know where anyone is. And if you've been to the LA Convention Center, you know how huge it is. You know how many floors it has. Kids scattered about everywhere. They were not given direction. They called their moms. They called me and they called his mom and told us what was going on. We immediately told them to grab each other's hands and run out of the building. Now, imagine your child wakes you up. You immediately fall into action. Jump in your car to get to the location of where they are to ensure that your child is breathing and alive. Yes? So here I am, coming all the way from Highland, flying down the freeways to get to the LA Convention Center with God's grace to ensure that I picked up my child. To only have 2 hours later, the chaperone call me, and what would be the first direction that you would assume someone would say to you? Anyone? Here's what I got. Do you know where your child is? Is this the parent of Michaelin Watkins? Do you know where your child is? I simply said, better question is, do you know where the hell my child is? Because yes, I do, 2 hours later, know where my child is, and she is safe. Can you tell me where she's at? And I will wait with her until you get there. Absolutely no was my response. You know why? Because I am a parent. I am a bear of a parent. And if I found that chaperone, my immediate response would have been to put hands on her. And I am not a fan of violence. But simply because I asked to be a chaperone for this field trip, and I was told I had to go through procedure to be screened by school police, to have a TB test, only to find out that this event was open to the public. Were you all aware that it was open to the public? Because I did not get any notification that it was open to the public. So there were other students, other parents, other families driving up to this convention center, not being screened by the security, not being monitored. They went through a bag check, the worst bag check I ever heard of. They asked my daughter to open up her purse, breezed inside. Her boyfriend had a backpack on. They asked him, did someone check your bag? He said yes, being a student, to test the system. They let him right through. So imagine how many children, how many adults did they let through that convention center? Time, but give me 30 more seconds. Here we are 2 weeks later. I have not received a phone call. I have not received a text message, a letter in the mail, an email, yet the school district consumes my email box, consumes Parent Square with events, notifications, updates, attendance, grades, but yet I have not heard not a whimper. So ask me, why can I still continue to trust in those of you who are leaders when you have no follow through ever? And my students are 11th and 12th graders. If they were younger, they would never go on another field trip with this district ever again. Thank you.
Thank you. Information share. Ms. Garcia, someone will contact you. Thank you for coming out tonight. That brings us to 5.0, closed session.
There are no public comments.
Thank you.
To call the meeting back to order. Section 6, action reported from closed session. 6.1, approval of vice principal of Virtual Academy. Be resolved, the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee: Jennifer Adams, vice principal, Virtual Academy. Effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Funding 035.
So moved.
It was moved by Ms. Ceballos and seconded by Ms. Chahusky. Vote, please. Motion passed. Welcome, Ms. Adams.
Board, I do have the great pleasure of introducing you to Mrs. Jennifer Adams, who comes from us from Claremont Unified School District. We searched long and far to find someone with the skill, the expertise, who can continue the great work of our virtual academy and the online learning that's taking place there. And Mrs. Adams, this is what her staff and her leaders or superintendent said about her: a people person, strong in leading others and caring for others, very well versed in online technology platforms, but wants to see all scholars do well. I introduce to you at this time Mrs. Jennifer Adams. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a little bit nervous, so I made myself some notes. So thank you so much for the kind introduction, Dr. Funches. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to the board, to Board President Tillman, Superintendent Ariano, and Cabinet, and the San Bernardino City Unified School District community. I'm very honored to serve as your next vice principal for the Virtual Academy. I'm grateful to have been here tonight, to have been able to see the student performances and the honors earlier, because I feel like, to me, the greatest privilege of leadership is to be able to support others in accessing opportunities and building on strengths as they grow into the futures that they see for themselves. And it was evident tonight that SBCUSD is dedicated to supporting and celebrating students and staff in that same pursuit. And so I'm just really excited to be a part of the district, to be a part of a school that's doing such unique and innovative work to support students and help them find success. And so I just, again, thank you for your confidence in me and for this opportunity. And I look forward to serving the district and the school to the best of my ability.
Thank you, and welcome aboard.
Thank you.
And 6.2, expulsions of students.
So moved.
Been moved and second. Vote, please. Motion passed. 6.3, petition to expunge, rescind, seal, record, or modify youth court or expulsion. Move.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Dr. White and seconded by Mrs. Alexander, vote please. Motion passed. Section 7, student board members. 7.1, reports or comments by student board members. We'll start with Ms. Chavez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anna Victoria Chavez, and I'm a junior at San Bernardino High. A few events that have happened recently at San Bernardino High are our Lunar New Year Winter Formal. That was February 10th at the Arrowhead Country Club. We had an amazing time, and it was beautifully decorated. And Mayor Helen Tran popped in to say hello and greet the students. Also, we have been celebrating Black History Month every Friday this month, and we plan to have a rally during lunch on February 29th. Some of the things we do during lunch is like they did a finished lyrics song by like African American artists. So we saw all our students just singing. We had an amazing time. And then another thing they did was a trivia quiz of African American historical people. So that was cool. And then our theater is having their show this weekend, Friday and Saturday at the Indian Springs Theater. I believe their show is called Spar. So yeah, I would like to invite you guys to show up and support. Also, Principal Advisory has been working on designing and building our calming center on campus, and hopefully we will have it ready for the upcoming school year. I'm definitely excited to see that before I graduate, and also be attending there during lunch. And lastly, my club, Students for Change, is currently working on coming up with a way to recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month. And yeah, so we're brainstorming ideas and see what we can do. And I would just like to say thank you, staff and board members, for your hard work, and thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Elzatma.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Camilla Elzatma, and I am a junior over at San Gregonio High School. First, I think a congratulations is due to Pacific High School because their girls soccer team made it to CIF, which is incredible. I'm super excited for that. I'm a big soccer fan. I also am excited that our district decided to recognize Women's History Month as a whole. I'm a sister and a daughter and a friend, and so getting to see this recognized was super exciting for me and be here for when it was recognized officially. Some really interesting things that happened. We had Winter Formal last Friday, which was super fun. It was kind of small, but I think everybody who was there had a lot of fun, and it felt just very cozy. Our Students Club, Students for Change Club, which I'm part of, came up with our mission for the year. So if you don't know, every year Students for Change comes up with a different mission. And so our mission is to really push students' mental health and the stigma and awareness around the students' mental health, and really push for those mental health centers on our campus. So we're really hoping to come up with like a campaign to just keep everybody informed and make sure everybody feels heard in the space. Our academic team actually placed 9th in district, which was super exciting, and we had 5 individual award winners. So that was super fun for our team to get to celebrate that together. The SAT is coming up, so everybody's kind of stressed out right now, especially the juniors having to take that. So that kind of sucks, but hopefully it goes well. And our school theater is getting ready to put on their play. It's a rendition of Percy Jackson. So I'm super excited because I was a really big Percy Jackson fan growing up. So to get to see our school theater put on a play for them is super exciting. And so that's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Ms. Rojo.
Evening. My name is Daisy. From senior at Middle College. We're currently in the process of finishing our last semester of Valley College and senior celebrations. Some events taken place this month was a student-led art gallery hosted by our Black Student Union. This event acknowledged student artwork by opening it up to all of MCHS family. Also, 4 students from our Zero Period Orchestra were selected and accepted, who auditioned and accepted into the county orchestra. And I know they were recognized because our school had the most students, but I just wanted to thank Scott Nelson for allowing the music program as a 0 period, aside from just being a club and providing that, as well as our teacher, Miss Navarez, who has her own full-time job as a teacher in the music, but has also been helping with the 0 period to help us achieve that goal in the county. And then Middle College just had their MCHS recruitment meeting last week, and they announced the opening of our application to apply for Middle College, and it was truly inspiring as I myself transferred to Middle College my junior year, and I'm proud to say that I'll be graduating this summer with my AA of 60 college credit units, and I will be using those units to transfer to a 4-year university. I know this program has impacted my future and will continue to impact the generations to come, and I just thank the Middle College program, and I hope it continues to promote. I'm excited to celebrate this year with my fellow class of 2024 and continue my journey as a future teacher in the San Bernardino School District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Section 8, Administrative Reports, Presentations, 8.1, Bond Presentation.
Thank you, President Tillman. As was discussed at the last board meeting, it was requested by the board for us to provide the members of the Board of Education some information regarding what a bond is, what are some of the needs that our district has, what are the financial implications if the board decided to seek a bond, what are other alternatives for funding in lieu of a bond. So we will have a presentation here for you today, and we are anxious to hear any questions and get some sort of direction at the end of the presentation. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Cominick.
Thank you, Mr. Ariano. Good evening, Board, President Tillman, Vice President Ceballos, the Board of Trustees, as well as Superintendent Maurice Ariano and Executive Cabinet. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to return to present to you some additional information, provide some clarification to the points that Mr. Ariano brought up, so that the board can truly make an informed decision on our next steps as it relates to a bond. The presentation objectives. This evening, we've created the presentation around the concerns and questions expressed at the February 6th board meeting. So as you see from the top down, we're looking at fiscal responsibility and strategies. We'll talk about needs assessment. We'll review the district debt structure, as well as do a bond recap, and then ask for those next steps as the board desires for us to go. The photos you see are pictures from Pacific High School. You can see the auto shop just looking in there. Very beautiful campus as they are showcasing their auto shop program in that picture.
Apologize. Apparently I'm a novice to technology. Board, as we prepared for tonight's presentation, we felt it important by starting to acknowledge the board's concern for increasing local property taxes. Please know we hear you, we understand the sensitivity around taxation, and we hope to show you in this presentation that we share your same thoughts and concerns, and hope to demonstrate that we strive to finance school facility improvements in many other ways before we make the ask of our community to increase local property taxes. It's important to know that since 2008, we have augmented our local funding by over $900 million. For every dollar of local bonds, we have matched it with 3 additional dollars. To ensure that we do not depend on local property taxes as a sole source, we have sought to augment funding sources. We have successfully sued the state of California for inequitable funding practices in the area of school facility improvements. We lease excess property to generate additional revenue. We have sold solar credits to augment our revenue. Through the investment in school facilities, we have saved the district general fund over $150 million in cost avoidance for energy and gas expenditures. And we've refinanced all of our local bonds 3 times, saving local taxpayers over $24 million.
The needs assessment was a critical piece that was brought up by the board at the last meeting in terms of how do we prioritize what the district's needs are. Recent surveys took us to breaking apart educational needs or programmatic needs and infrastructure needs. So we specifically and intentionally separated those out for the board to see that collaboration was taken with our educational partners that included our teachers, our parents, our departments in a collaborative effort to ascertain prioritized educational needs. Infrastructure need was taken on by a third party, performed by Kitchell, as they went through and examined our facilities. That was not at the lens, if you will, of the facilities department, but taken specifically by a third party to help us identify the prioritized needs within the district across all of our sites. On this slide, what you see is we've broken down the educational enhancement findings, and you can see across the top are perhaps the most critical educational enhancement findings that came from the collaboration between our educational partners, including our visual and performing arts, which is expanding due to, in part, to our Prop 28 funding that we'll be receiving, which is bringing about $8.5 million to our district on an ongoing basis. Our special ed classrooms, class size, proximity to restrooms, and so forth are causing a strain. We're at about a 14% identified rate, about 4 to 5% higher than, say, the state average. We have our portables. 80% of our portables are over 25 years old, with a lifespan of about 20 years for each of those portables. Our early education, TK and K, are providing additional requirements related to class sizes, restrooms, playgrounds, and so forth. Also, the other programmatic parts that were examined were our college and career programming, our libraries, and also our physical education. This slide here demonstrates our infrastructure needs. Now, this was taken on by our third party, Kitchell, who helped us identify critical areas in infrastructure, including the top left box that indicates that there are 14 sites that have costs that exceed 50% of the identified replacement cost. So an example of that would be if the cost of replacement of the school was, let's say, $10 million, their repairs exceed $5 million. So that's the average cost of replacement would be about $75 million on average for a school. So just to give it into a smaller number understanding. We're looking at 16 sites with structural concerns. We've got some that have plumbing issues. Hunt will be taking on this summer to do a major revamp in their plumbing. We've got some roofing concerns across the district. The storm that we've had 2 weeks ago and that has just passed brought on about 500 work orders for repair that the M&O team has been diligently working on to resolve. But again, it demonstrates the magnitude of the concern of our infrastructure. Also HVAC and then site communications were also found to be in need. The basic need slide, what it shows from moving from the top row down is prioritized by the the matching funds that we would receive for for every dollar put in by the district. So the local funding needed vis-a-vis the state matching funds gives us the far right total of the potential that the district would be eligible for. So we have immediate modernization needs, which would include 18 of our schools. We do have residential growth in the north end of town that would impact our Cajon High School as well as Arroyo Valley. We also see that, as mentioned earlier, the transitional kindergarten programs require additional funding to accommodate the classroom organization. And then finally, the fourth, the grayish bar at the bottom would indicate our critical facility needs in structural terms. So that first column shows the state matching fund potential is almost 180 million, with 150 million in local dollars needed for a grand total of approximately 323 potential dollars that could be used to meet these needs.
On the item where it says total residential growth need.
Yes, sir.
And you have local funding needed. And that's addressing the residential growth that's overloaded North End schools, Cajon High School and Arroyo Valley High School, and are at and beyond capacity. So what would you do with that $26 million?
So on the north end, we have several schools that are impacted by residential growth. So in the Pacuma boundary, as an example, over the next 3 years, they're going to build an additional 400 homes. So the money listed here would augment the feeder schools to Cajon and Arroyo Valley. So you're looking at additional classroom space at Cajon, you're looking at additional class space at Chavez, and you're looking at classroom expansion at either Urbita or Pacuma. We haven't quite figured out where we would place those classrooms, but we do need more classrooms on the north end to accommodate the new homes.
So you're saying at Cajon and Chavez, we have land we could use to build additional classrooms?
So yes, we would have to, so in thinking of Cajon as an example, we would most likely remove portables and go vertical for the lack of overall space at that campus. Chavez, we probably have to do something similar on the back end of the campus, but we feel that overall the campuses have enough space where we could add augmented classrooms.
Vertical will be similar to what we did at Holcomb and Lincoln?
Bingo. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And this slide really was built, sir, to address what is the minimum ask. In our mind, this is the minimum need that we need to look at and evaluate. We have to provide classroom space for students as they move into the district. We have a growing special ed population. We have an early education population that we have not been able to serve appropriately, meaning we do not have Title V classrooms, compliant classrooms. And we also have some facility hardship. We have some code compliance items that we need to clean up at a few of our schools. And the other item there is obviously modernization. So the state, when you have a match, will provide funding for your schools. So we feel that at a minimum, by any local dollar given through the state facility program, we'll be able to get more than $1.50 back out of the program. So that's kind of your, to answer the question, that's the basic need. Now, when I think Superintendent Arellano hit the nail on the head when he said we also have some wants and desires. And so we tried to just show you a smattering of things that have been discussed over the years. As you can see, we have things like the Sturgis Center. We have things like Rodriguez Prep. When it was recently moved to a middle school, many of you may not know, but Rodriguez was built as an elementary school, so it lacks the locker rooms, the science classrooms, and other spaces that truly would make it a middle school. ICEC needs some improvements made to it. The CID building, which we bought from the city or county, I apologize, several years ago, needs improvements. And then below that, you can see the costs to the general categories that we discussed in the previous slides in athletics, physical education, VAPA, your libraries, kitchens, athletics, and so forth.
Does this $455 million include the 148 million from the previous page?
Very little. There is some overlap. Obviously, modernization at the 18 schools would take care of some of the kitchen need, library need, parking lot need identified. We feel that by the 150 million on the previous slide, about 10% of that covers the overall need here. The majority of this need is outside of the 150 shown on the previous page. On our next slide, one of the other questions that was raised is what is our outstanding debt structure and what does that look like? As you can see, we have 2 current COPs. This coming year, we will be paying off the qualified school construction bond, which was a 0 interest loan from the federal government that we made in 2011. And you can see that we have roughly $300 million of outstanding bonded debt. The district's municipal
question.
Yes, sir.
The bonded debt, is that the bond that we passed in the past?
Correct. So this is all the outstanding debt that is currently being paid for by residential and commercial property owners within our district limits.
Right now, they're paying for 315 million.
Correct. And in coming slides, we will show what the cost of repayment is to the homeowners for the existing 315 before we talk about anything else. We heard at the last board meeting.
Let me ask you one other question on the previous page. On the $68 million outstanding COPs, what are we paying a month on that? We pay monthly payments or yearly payments?
Yearly payments.
And what are they?
They fluctuate from 2 to 3 million.
The original COP was for 100 million?
Yes, sir. And if you recall, the repayment of the current COP in 2019, the revenue source that repays that is the yearly RDA payments that the district receives.
We're not spending any money out of general fund for COPs right now.
Correct. So the district financial advisor, we contacted them after the last board meeting and asked them to look at alternative funding sources. And on this, and our municipal advisor is Feldman, Roll-Up and Associates. They feel that our potential borrowing capacity utilizing a COP is roughly $50 million. Borrowing more than $50 million is a possibility, but could and most likely would trigger a downgrade to our existing bond rating. As you can see, repayment of a $50 million COP would require a $3 million annual payment. We do not have the reserves within the RDA to pay for or augment that COP. The other alternative funding source that we evaluated was the general fund.
And just to, I wanted to touch on this specifically. There was a board concern or questions expressed at the last board meeting regarding the use of current dollars to help mitigate maintenance and repair and so forth. And we do dedicate a fair amount to 3% of the general fund expenditures towards routine restricted maintenance, about 28 million. It ebbs and flows depending on the expenditure amount for a given year. But just to highlight how much of that is consumed by salaries, it's roughly around $18 million. So that leaves about 10 to 15 million plus or minus to be dedicated towards routine maintenance and repairs. With that in mind, we've had roughly 45,000 work orders submitted on an annual basis for routine repairs and maintenance across the district. A fairly significant number might be indicative of the status of our facilities offer or to request so many repairs. Also, deferred maintenance has been a little over doubled since 22-23, from a $2 million allocation up to $5 million, which on average gives a school site about $60,000 to work towards its maintenance and upkeep on any given year.
Or maintenance, is that restricted money that comes from the state out of Prop 98, or where is it? No?
No, deferred maintenance is a general fund set aside.
So there's no restricted money just for facilities at the state level anymore?
No, that program went away about 7-8 years ago. Right after the Great Recession, the state stopped matching your your deferred maintenance.
This slide is showing the unrestricted ending fund balance. Again, this was a concern expressed during the last board meeting. We want to make sure we address the impact of our unrestricted general fund. As you see this going across this year and the 2 out years, how the ending fund balance is rapidly declining, and the breakout for each of the top rows shows what is included within that. Like for example, 23-24 shows 77.2 million, the required set aside of 2%. We have a textbook adoption in the near future that we are setting aside, and then the remaining balance of 35.1. Because of our structural deficit spending, you can see how the unrestricted side is consumed throughout the next 2 years.
And Mr. Kama, I would never ask that you would say after you have your budget and all your documented first and second interim, taking money from any of those pots. My thought would be, once you've committed to what you say your budget is and what your expected ending balance is, say for instance, your ending balance ended up being $35 million more than what you expected, then that's when I would say you would take that money and use it for some of these items. Because then I can truly say to you, and that's the only time I can say it to you, any other time you would say the money is spent, but that's the only time I can say to you that you said this money wasn't going to be there, it wasn't going to be spent, that was going to be spent, and it dropped out. And I'm saying at that point, the board could decide that money left over, you can even wait till you get to the unaudited numbers, that we'll use that money for some of these items you guys prioritize. That'd be one way of paying for some of these items.
All right, so over the next couple slides, we're going to spend some time transparently outlining what is a bond, who repays them, how much they cost, and outlining our borrowing capabilities. A bond at its core is a financial tool that enables the district and other local agencies the ability to raise funds for large capital projects. Bonds are a form of public debt and have been used many times in San Bernardino over the years, with our first school bond occurring in 1892 for the construction of San Bernardino High School. As a side note, if you look to the lower right, in our records, we actually found a ballot from 1963 for the construction of San Gregorio High School. You were asked in either a pencil, a crayon, or a pen to mark yes or a no for the $1.9 million local bond. Bonds are repaid not with the district's general fund, but by local property owners, residential and commercial. Shown here is an actual tax bill of a home within the district. Property tax bills are made up of 2 major components: the property assessment and the tax distribution. The amount of taxes paid by each property owner is based on the assessed value or net value of the property, the last item under the property assessment description on this slide. So the assessed value of this home is $192,723, made by the assessor's office. Assessed value is based on the value at purchase, limited to increases up to 2% annually, which differs from market value, as market values fluctuate freely and often at greater amounts than 2% annually. The median assessed value within our district is $190,000, meaning half of the property owners within our district pay less than the amount shown here. The amount for the $300 million of outstanding indebtedness through bonds is $132. You can see that amount in purple on the slide. That homeowner currently pays $2,752 in total local property taxes for an effective tax rate of 1.43% of its assessed value.
This property owner's been there a while, because I can guarantee you, you can't get a house in San Bernardino for $192,000. So,
And we agree with you, sir, and we don't want anyone to do the math. So in the coming slide, we're actually going to show you varying homes within our district so that we can see the cost for both residential and commercial property owners. Depending on bond sizing, you could see an increase of anywhere from $57 to $115, moving their effective tax rate from 1.46 to 1.49 in this particular instance. And before we get to those representative homes, we're going to quickly show you some different size bond options that are available. Bonds can be explored for us generally in any amount from $50 million to $363 million. That is our total bonding capacity. That is the limit that we are by law that we cannot go over. And you can.
And what makes the limit is because that will encroach on the 2%.
Correct. So you take the total assessed value of all property within your area, you multiply it by 2%. That is the total bonding capacity. We are allowed to make some assumptions for future growth, very small assumptions. And so we're currently, if you take the 2% times the total amount of our assessed value, it's less than $360 million. It's about 275. And with growth projections, we're allowed to get to about 363.
How do they adjust for like the water district and the other people who can put bonds out there? Isn't that all factored into the 2%, or does it not?
So it's 2% individually. So all local taxing agencies have that same limit.
Ms. Medina?
Yes, I have a quick question. I know that in looking at the sample form from 2019, where it says 132, and then when you look at the next page, which shows this is and it's highlighted in pink, and 132.59, add, is it and? Oh, that's what happens when you don't wear your glasses. And 132.59 cents to current. So is this the 132? I just want to clarify. Is this in addition to?
You would add. I think they meant to put add, right?
No, that is the current cost to the
And,
property
okay,
owner.
because I was trying to figure out
So,
why
yeah,
the
we-
word and or add, but
so-
it's and.
So we're going to jump back one more slide. I'm going to start here. If you look in blue on the
Yes.
tax bill, this property owner is being charged $132.
Yes.
We carry that forward onto the next slide. So
Yes,
on the
okay.
left, that is a summary of their current tax bill. So the $132 is currently what they're paying. On the right, you would add $57 or up to $115 to the $132.
Okay, so that could, yeah, make it around 200 and maybe what, $50 if it goes up to the highest point.
Correct.
So yeah, okay.
So on the left, you have existing. On the right, you have proposed.
And how much is the bond amount?
So the bond amount, so as we, great question, as we move forward to this, the low end, as I go back, you'll see $57. That's based on $30. And I'll show you that amount right here. So the 30. So if the low end is $180 million general obligation
So we
bond.
did a bond for $180 million. It'd be an extra 57. If we did it for the max of 3 something, it'll be
115.
115 added to the 132.
Correct.
Know of any other bonds that city and county are asking that can also increase?
We have no way of controlling it.
No. To see how much they would be paying. And this was 2019. So then, is there a significant change when you look at maybe 2022 or 2023?
No. And back to this. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I'm jumping ahead. The 2019 assessed value of 192, it's gone up a little bit, but not significantly enough.
Okay, I'm just because I know that property value has increased, and so I wasn't more sure if
And that goes to the limit. So if you recall, market value can swing at greater rates than assessed value. So when you purchase your home, the assessor's office cannot, and that was Prop 13 in 1978, limited county's assessment at property taxes. They capped it at 2% annually, up to 2% annually. So yearly, when you get your tax bill, you will see a new assessed value amount. So if you go back to that amount where it said 192, you'll see every year where the county has assessed that either up or down. And during the Great Recession, many of us actually saw a decrease in our property taxes when the assessor evaluated our property lower. And so it can go up or down.
For a little while.
For a little while.
Because it's set up so that it goes down for a little while, but then it goes all the way back up when the assessed value goes up. Yeah. But the question you asked, Ms. Medina, like on here, I have assessments for San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water, the fire, and then the I have an assistant community college, and they even have a spot here for the state school repayment. So if the state passes a bond, that'll be on here also.
No, that actually is.
So what's the state?
I actually have no idea, and I wanted to call the assessor's office to ask them, but it's a good point. So there's currently a state school bond being discussed. It's anticipated that it will be put on the ballot. All state bonds are slightly different than ours. The obligation is paid from general fund revenues within the state.
So we don't know what this school state repayment is.
I'm just glad it says 0, sir.
Mr. Tillman, I have another additional question with regards to the amount will stay the same, typically around the same amount. But if a person sells a house, then it changes. It's if they're current homeowners, it won't change significantly. But if you're planning to purchase a home in this area, then it would change significantly.
And I think that is a perfect segue, if you don't mind.
It changed substantially.
We're going to show you a home on this slide that I think demonstrates your point. Property taxes are transactional in the state of California, meaning when property is bought or sold, that is when assessed value is generated. As you can see in the middle column, we have a home. We didn't expect our homeowners to do the math. We tried to do that for them. For a home, let's say that's purchased at $350,000, you can see the cost. This was the additional cost for the bonds that we were just discussing, the 30, the 45, and the 60. We're also showing you, because it is property owners, not just residential, that pay property taxes. So we're also showing you the impact to commercial businesses within San Bernardino. The one on the far right is an actual, the value there is, we pulled from the tax rolls, a warehouse in the Inland Valley Development Agency area, and you can see what their annual increase would be as well.
Mrs. Alexander?
Thank you. I just have a clarification question. It was similar to what Board Member Medina was asking. The city actually is discussing a bond. Is there any consideration or thought that, I mean, I realize we have our focus areas, but has there been any discussion with them about the bond that they're entertaining to see
Oh, because each agency looks out for their own interests. Now, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. The reason why I'm asking is because I understand what you're saying, but it's still the city of San Bernardino, and we're still looking at how it impacts homeowners. So I'm just wondering, is there any consideration or any idea just to see, in terms of just our bond development, bond discussion? I don't know. I mean, have we thought about that? I understand what you're saying. I'm just asking.
No, I think, we've tried not to put the cart before the horse in this conversation. So, one, we've been waiting for the opportunity to share and answer some of the questions we heard last time. If the board would like to explore this further, yes, we will have those discussions within the city for who else potentially is going to have something on the ballot. We can report back what that looks like and what their needs are.
But I just want to make sure you're clear. That's not normal. The community college, Mr. Byers showed me a survey where she has something for community college. When they go out and look for a bond for their school, they don't care what we're doing. And that's part of the crux of the problem, that no one does. So then you have all these people adding on to the cost of it. And I'm not saying that we never do it. I'm just saying that it's the cost is substantial, and we need to make sure if we're going to look at doing it, we do it for the things that have to happen. And in this particular time, especially, they just had a special day showing Karen Bass in LA and the homeless, and 90% of the people are homeless because they can't afford housing, and these type of things increase the cost of housing. Now, you increase homeless, but somebody will buy the house when it gets repossessed, and you'll get more revenue. But you are affecting people's lives, and the people on fixed income, the 2% to them is somewhat substantial. You're looking at $150, but if you're getting $1,000 a month, it means something. But if the need is there and there's some stuff that we have to have, then that's another story. Miss Medina, your light's on.
And I also thank you so much for taking the time to clarify. When you look at the commercial industrial taxpayers, and you of course you see the different percentages and how much it is. Do you know, similar to what you put in for 2019 as an example, 132 with 59 cents of school district? Do we know what they're currently paying right now? The commercial.
Yes, so it's the same effective tax rate. If you take the value of their property and multiply it by roughly 1.43%, that will give you their tax bill.
Currently, they're paying the 1.43% as well.
So the thing about the tax rolls in the county is that they are applied, the taxation rate is applied evenly across all spectrums of property.
Regardless, yes.
Correct.
Then I'm sure they're paying more because their lot is a lot larger, and so of course they would be paying that amount.
In this case, you would take 105 million and multiply it by 1.43%.
And they're paying that, and just to clarify, they're paying that to our school district for the bond. No, that's separate.
When he talk about property taxes for the warehouses, that money, of course, all property taxes go back to the state, but it comes back to us through Prop 98. Okay. The other piece of when we do a bond, the commercial properties pay on that bond also, right? Right. So then they would help pay towards the bond. When we have an existing bond, they build a new Amazon warehouse. Do they pay? They start paying towards our bond as soon as they.
Correct, and that lowers everyone else's. So every time a new home is built or new property is built in San Bernardino, it effectively lowers because the burden is shared amongst everyone. Growth is actually a good thing because it reduces the current tax burden for those who do live here. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what they're paying for the repayment of our bond, if we go back to this slide, you would take the 105 million and multiply it by the 0.07%, and that will tell you the exact cost that they are paying towards our bonds. And they shoulder commercial, the top 15% commercial landowners in San Bernardino are responsible for 30% roughly of the repayment of our bonds.
Lyles?
Thank you. So I just have a question on the previous slide. Just wondering what the, no, sorry, forward. No, what the homes, that one. The number up there, 190 medium, 350 for new construction, and what do those numbers represent?
Some old houses that don't exist anymore.
So they represent different, it's a stratification of different assessed values within the city. We know that not every home has an assessed value of $190,000.
Hardly any, I would say.
No, it's actually the exact opposite. So it's the median home price in San Bernardino is $190,000. So 50% are less than $190,000. So 50% of taxpayers in San Bernardino pay less than the $132 shown here for our bonds.
And that's because they've been in that house for a long time.
That's what I'm saying, because I'm not a homeowner, because I can't afford to buy a house. And any new homes that I'm looking to buy, you're looking at 600,000 plus, to buy a decent home. And so, looking at these numbers, this is going to affect me as a homeowner, and it's going to affect, potentially where I choose to buy my first home, right? So just.
And those $600,000, your payment to the district be about $1,200 a year.
About what?
$1,200. I only know that because I paid $567. I bought my house in 2008 for $400,000. So if you pay $600,000 for a house, it'll be, time and a half, so about $900 a year for that same property. But the problem is you have everybody else on there too, right? Community college, the San Bernardino Vector Control, and wherever else.
I will say a tax rate of 1.4%, an effective tax rate, is actually a very good tax rate.
It is, I agree.
That is not the norm in California.
No. Yeah, Melrose districts, they're crazy. Ms. Chahusky.
Thank you. I know often the assessed value is often less than the purchase price. So people are getting confused because if you look at a tax bill, like my tax, what Zillow or somebody says my house is worth if I was going to sell it is not the same as the assessed value.
Correct.
So those are usually two different things. And I was going to point out that it doesn't matter where you go. There are bonds in every city in the state. So and that 1.43 is fairly low. That's the tax rate for all of the bonds that we're paying in San Bernardino. And actually that's the city of Highlands. So ours may be less because I don't even know that.
We compared both cities. Obviously, we were trying to pull a lot of information together. You also have the county for unincorporated land within our district. So we have varying effective tax rates, but they're all in the 1.4% range.
Thank you. I'm also concerned. I mean, I live here. I pay taxes. Some days I look at it and I'm just like, what the heck? Like everybody else. I feel like as a sitting board member, my responsibility is to provide the facilities that our students need. And I'm concerned about some of the things that on these lists, in particular, the TK classrooms, 150 out of 190 do not meet the state specifications. 60% of SPED classrooms do not meet state requirements. Those are really problematic for me. I don't feel like our students should, pay the price, for a lack of action. I don't know that a bond is the best way. I don't even know that that's how the community would want to do that. But I would be hesitant to make a decision to say we're not going to do this without having the conversation with the community, without having the survey, and to see, where are they on all of this? I mean, we're making decisions. I mean, this is a difficult decision, and I get it. And I'm as concerned, both about. I know the city needs money. I know the county needs money. I know, we all, the needs. The water district's probably just for capacity with all of the rains and flood control, and I mean the list goes on and on. I understand that 100%. For me, though, when I see what our need is, not just the want, the need, the issues that we have, the amount of money that is. I think the responsible thing is to at least go to the community and have the conversation with the community to see where they are. They may be 100%, no, we cannot shoulder this burden. And they maybe say, yes, I'm willing to pay $57 more, a tax statement, $104 a year. It's not a month, it's a year, to know that my son or daughter's not going to have the roof raining on them every time that we have a storm come through, with our new atmospheric river normal. So that's just kind of like how I'm feeling about it. Like I said, I don't know. I am concerned about tax burden. I don't know what our best option is to meet the needs that we obviously have, but I feel that we have an obligation to have the conversation with the community, and let them, that's always the first step, to say, hey, are you all even willing to entertain putting this on a ballot and having it widespread, not, because I know sometimes there's concern that they only survey certain people, but we've had good turnouts. Mr. Ariano's had really good turnouts for community meetings and a really good cross section. We could have these conversations with the FLI parents. We could have these conversations. I mean, it's where do you go to do that? And we get to decide, how broad do we want this to really make sure that we're understanding the impact and where our community is on supporting our schools.
I'm gonna go with Miss Alexander, and then it's gonna be Miss Medina, and then Mrs. Grande.
So I have a few concerns because, with our needs and then the areas that we've identified are high priority. And the one question that comes to mind, if the bond doesn't go through, what is our plan to take care of those items? So with having a meeting, a community meeting, because I would say let's do a community meeting before we do a survey. That would be something as a parent, as an educator in the district, a homeowner, I would want to know. Like, if that doesn't pass, what's the plan? And then looking at just the history behind a bond, the development of bond, the information you gave was great. It's very informative. Sharing that information probably in more of a format where people can digest it quickly would be very informative, but also to explain to the community with bonds, what's the benefit to them, because I believe some bonds, there's maybe some work credits, maybe there's an opportunity, there's some background behind that where the community can benefit. So explaining if there is a benefit. So those are just some areas that I would highlight. My biggest concern is that our median salary is $60,000 in the city of San Bernardino. So, and this is a high rent area. So maybe that $60,000 isn't reflective of the median of $60,000 is reflective of homeowners, but it's something to be concerned about. And just making sure that we address those concerns when it comes up, because when we hear bonds, we think about money. So what is the benefit behind that bond?
Agreed. And I do think that, there are pros and cons in all cases. The backup plan, I would say we have limited resources available for implementation of larger scale need.
Mrs. Medina?
So when I look at the type of questions, I do agree, we have to look at the type of questions if we do decide to move forward with a survey. Because I know that it was presented the last time that came around, and I know how when you do a survey, there's questions on the way you ask that you're basically already know what you're gonna get as an answer. So if there's a way that when we do the surveys, maybe even doing an authentic way, we want to get natural responses versus trying to kind of coerce a response. And so that would be my suggestions, that if we do look at doing a survey, that it be authentic, and we want to hear directly how they feel about this and how this would impact, versus asking a question that you already know what the response is going to be.
And I know you've expressed that concern several times. I think there's ways we can engage the board in the creation and review of that survey material so that you felt comfortable that we're getting a wide, because you want, it's not just our parents, it's not just our senior citizens, you want to hear from all types of property owners, renters throughout the district, across all age groups, across race, across all divisions of our community, so that we do truly have a consensus. So yes, we're very sensitive to that, and we would love to work with the board in ways, meaningful ways in which we can engage our community.
Right. And then when you look at just really quickly, when you look at the other areas that are charging, for instance, the water district, even for those that live in the city of Highland, I mean, that's a large amount, 0.19%. That's increased a lot. And I actually thought we were at a higher rate. I'm glad we've kept it at a low rate, but looking at what others are doing, it's like we're trying to be conservative. We're trying to be mindful, and I think I'm proud of us for doing that. But it doesn't take away the fact that others are going to they're going to abuse, and they're trying to constantly increase, and so that's why I'm kind of leaning maybe we can really look at this, because others are, and it's unfortunate. The homeowners, if they do plan on buying a home, it's going to increase significantly, and a lot of times, regardless, it's going to be significant because of the property taxes that other areas or other districts are increasing it. And I do have the question with regards to the general tax levy. Maybe you already mentioned it. With 1%, is that across the board, everyone, meaning in the state of California? Is that what it is?
Your base property percentage across the board in California is 1% of your assessed value. Everything else is considered your supplemental tax bill. Those are the add-ons, which are governed by a 2% maximum of assessed value per taxing
It's
agencies.
not considered a supplemental tax bill. It is not. It's considered special assessments. It's not considered a supplemental tax bill. Supplemental tax bill you get when you buy a house and you buy it in the middle of a year, and then you get a supplemental tax bill because your value changed. I used to work in a tax office, so I know it's not a supplemental tax bill. All these things that are added on are called special assessments. And if you notice, if you look at the tax bill, I have mine up, they have a phone number on there. The reason for the phone number, because the tax collector doesn't want to explain why you're paying that extra money. So they tell you call the number on the bill. I'm sure the school district gets phone calls.
Yes.
Why do I got this thing on my bill?
Yes.
And how am I paying it? Because people don't realize it until it happens.
And we're the ones who receive that 909-388-6100 is the facility department phone number.
So special assessment. Ms. Grande.
Thank you. And thank you for all this clarity. I'm really excited to understand it, because I took that master's in governance and budgetary. So it's like, yay, I understand this. So I truly, really and truly do not support the timing of all of this, because I think that would cast a pall over our big, enormous undertaking of taking on with the shine and making hope happen throughout our district and going into the city. And then bam, now we want to do another survey to find out if they're going to pay a tax. So I say it might throw some fear into this, and it's not a good time. Let's bring it back in a year after Shine has had a chance to go out and promote itself and grow, and we gain fully the trust of everyone that we're here to do a wonderful things. And I wouldn't trust us after this, right on the heels of all the surveys about what we wanted and all that. Where on there it said that they wanted a bond or wanted to go all out for money. So I'm just thinking this way. It's like when you're having a beautiful wedding and the bride is in a white dress, you don't come in dressed in a white dress to a wedding. You don't want to take away anything from the moment. And we're on a roll here. We're all in synchronicity. We're just, everywhere we go, we make people smile. It's great. And you can put it and couch it any way you want to. A tax is a tax. That's it.
Dr. Wyatt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you both for your presentation. Great information. Really do appreciate it. I'm along the lines of Ms. Chehusky when I look at our needs and how great they are. And I know if we weren't to move forward with a bond, or the voters, I should say, were to move forward with choosing to vote for a bond, then obviously some things will not get done, correct? I mean, we're going to have to choose which things get done and which things do not. And that greatly concerns me because obviously there's a lot of things that need to get done, and some are just basic infrastructure. We're not even talking about modernization or improvements. You know, I know for myself, when I chose to run for this board and to become a board member, you know, I did so because I wanted to be able to be a part of something to create the very best for our kids, you know, our future, our community, our families. And I feel like we're not still providing that. All you have to do is go visit our sites, go to some of our schools if you haven't, go to some of our older schools. I know there's projects that we'd love to do, like, you know, I know, Ms. Grande, you have a project you'd love to see. I have a project I'd love to see. I haven't even talked about it because there's no way we can get near those projects if we don't take care of our basic infrastructure, basic needs. You know, our schools, some of them look quite dilapidated, quite old, you know, and I think about it, how many of us have children that are in school right now? Do any of us have children in school in this district, Mr. Ariano? Let me ask you that. I know you raised your hand, but here, not here, right?
Got a lot of great nieces and nephews.
Yeah, and that's great. Because I know when my children went to schools here, I would look around and say it wasn't good enough for them. I was displeased often with some of their sites and saying we could do better. You know, there's a reason why people buy homes in Rancho Cucamonga or buy homes in Itawanda or Eastvale or even Redlands, because they have nicer schools. They just are nicer and they're newer. You know, and so you wonder, well, how are we going to draw folks like that to our community? Do we want to draw folks like that to our community that could pay more for homes? You know, we have homes in North End right now going for $800,000 to $1 million. I had a house right by mine sell for $1.5 million. So there are folks that will come here and pay, you know, for those high prices to live here, but I think we should also deliver on a high quality of home, you know, in regards to a high quality of education and facilities. And, you know, I think we have a long way to go for that. Or do we just want to continue with the same old, same old? I don't think it hurts to survey our community, to ask them what they think. What would that hurt to ask them, what do you think about putting a bond on the ballot? And I agree with you, Ms. Rosales Medina, it needs to be objective. I mean, it has to be equitable. We have to have a good cross-section of everyone. And if we don't, then that is a concern to me because we have to look at who is going to say what. It can't be just a certain demographic of our community saying we want a bond. So if it's up to me, I would say sure, because it's an investment in our future. It's an investment in our children. It's an investment in our city. And, you know, so the city wants to look for a bond, or the county or the community college. That's not for me to worry about. For me to worry about is our children in this district, and that's what I'm here for. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And just I'll end with final comments. I think the conversation with the community is a good idea and getting feedback from a cross section of folks. I want to touch on a few things. Ms. Chahusky mentioned the TK and the number of sites that aren't compliant. I think you could concur. All of a sudden, overnight, the state passed legislation that brought TK into effect. They didn't say get your sites ready and then we'll pass it. They just did it. So that's why, Mr. Husky, you're not in compliance. It's not because we did something wrong. It's just that it got passed and now we're moving forward. We're trying to accommodate it. But I don't see that as something that's a ding on us. In terms of Ms. Grande, everybody doesn't see, and everybody will not see a bond as a negative thing. Some folks will see that as a positive thing. It's just differing opinions amongst folks. That's what we're dealing with now. I can tell you right now, a bond will pass. It's because of the community that we live in. But part of the frustration for me is they don't realize the consequences of doing it. We talk about it and we sound cavalier about it, but when you look at the level of poverty in San Bernardino, when we pass a bond and other folks do it, you're putting people in the street. You're pushing them further into poverty because you're taking money away from them. And all I want us to do, if we're going to look at these needs, then we prioritize it. And let me say this to you. Dr. Wyatt mentioned schools in Redlands. They got some of the oldest schools you ever seen. They never had a bond in Redlands. They don't. We have more new schools in San Bernardino than any district around us per capita. Am I right or wrong? Rialto didn't build a whole bunch of new schools when we were building them. We did it because we got hardship money. And my only point in saying that is, even when you do your bond for $353 million, You see it on paper. It's not going to solve everything that you want to solve. You're still going to have to prioritize what you're going to spend your money on. And so the worst part of it is you get the sense that we're going to pass this bond and everything's going to be fixed. And it's not. You're still going to have needs, but you're still impacting people. So I have a totally different perspective to anybody. When I look at the numbers tonight and see it's $1.something billion, that's like $25,000 per student. You said it's going to be reduced, but even the thought of having $20-something thousand per student, that's a lot of money. And we as a district get more money than other districts because we have more students that qualify for local control funding. So as a district, we get a lot of money. I even look at it in terms of, if we had to pay, what do you say, $3 million or $5 million a month if we were to do a $50 million COP. But even that could solve a lot of your problems. And you would be doing it using our existing money. And if you actually looked at making it a practice where you take some of the money in the ending balance, even if you just said every year you're going to use half of it, that you would solve a substantial number of problems. You'd have to, of course, prioritize this list of things that you want, but you could do it. And then if we're going to do a bond, let's do it. Maybe you don't have to do it for the full $300 million. Maybe you do it for the $150-something million worth of needs and try to get matching funds from the state to maximize the dollars. But I just hope we move forward thinking that and realizing that it is going to be an impact on people if we do it. And the people never see it until it happens. And I've talked to those folks. So I just, you're not going to have that person come to a survey. You're not going to have the lady who's making $1,000 a month and bought her house and is retired and the house is paid off and she paid $10,000 for the house in 1960, whatever, and she's barely getting by, and she sees her thing go up by $50 and she's crying because, she got to pay an extra $50. Because you got to remember, folks that have their house paid for, they pay for it twice a year, April 10th and December the 10th. And I never seen nobody coming there paying their taxes happy. Most people that come, it's the truth. Most folks that come in and pay their taxes, they're barely getting by. And some people don't pay their taxes, and then the tax collector sells their property. I've seen that too. So there's real consequences to it. But I agree. I think the next step is going to be we'll get input from the community and then come back to the board, and then I'll defer to the superintendent to decide how you want to have that meeting. Have one more discussion with the board after you have that meeting. You can turn around quickly. And then the board will take a vote on whether or not we want to proceed with a bond. Okay?
And with that, can we get, because I think you posed a great comment with regards to other districts and their facilities. So I'm curious, and maybe with that, if they can bring forward what school districts that are high achieving school districts in this area, how much a bond amount, if they have any, are currently their taxpayers, residents are paying.
Conservative school districts don't pass bonds.
But I'm curious, because see, the thing is, I never thought about that before, and so that'd be good for me to actually visually see. Maybe they're going to come back with zero, and then knowing how their facilities and how are they managing with the facilities they have. So I think that's great. I mean, for me, I'd be interested to find out.
Can I leave you with one example? Chaffee Union High School District passed a multi-billion-dollar bond for 6 high schools several years ago. So you have some that are, Long Beach is now on its, I think, $10 billion bond program. You have some that are on the high end, and you have some that do struggle with the idea of local taxation. So it's a wide stratification. I wouldn't say that it's a one size fits all. Every community evaluates its own needs and makes determinations based on truly what their citizenry is willing to pay.
And then how are they able to move around that? I mean, with their facilities being the way it is.
We'll end with Mr. Husky.
I was going to say, because some are newer communities with lots of buildings, so they have lots of developer fees. Some cities charge a ton in developer fees. Where you've got like Rancho, where it's like all the homes have been built in the last 10, 15 years. They haven't had to because the developers have built schools for them. So,
And a Miller
but
Rouge
that's how I
tax.
got this.
And those tax areas are
Miller
what,
Rouge.
15%?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 15%. Crazy money. 1.4%.
Yeah, so you have to look at older communities like ours, because ours is an older community. We don't have a lot
Sure.
of the big, brand new, except for in that north end, versus newer communities which have Mellow Rouge and other fees that have been.
And trust me, some people, when they buy those houses, when they move in, they didn't realize it happened. They just cry like babies. Yeah.
But that's not why I got it. And then they have HOA on top of it. That I just want to know: do we need consensus? Do we need a motion
I
to
think
move with this system?
the
How do you
consensus
wanna
is
do
to, I already gave them direction to go ahead and
Okay, I just didn't.
schedule the
I
meeting,
didn't
get the
hear
input.
us ask for a consensus or motion, so I
And
just
I'll
wanted
let,
to make sure.
I'll let Mr. Ariano tell us what he heard.
First of all, I want to thank Terry and Tom. I think your presentation met, I hope, exactly what the board had asked last time. So thank you for your honesty and transparency. I believe it was very helpful. I know it was for me. And I want to thank the board for the questions that you did ask, because it is important as our community watches in to know that we are trying to act responsible and respectful. So thank you for the tough questions that you've asked. Let me go back to how was it done in Redlands, just to kind of give you an idea. So we did not have bonds, and President Tillman is correct. We had very old facilities. What we ended up doing is during the pandemic, a lot of the general fund fallout that happened over those 2 years, and we used a big chunk of our ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 funds, and we decided to, our priority was to redo all of the schools across the district. So that's one way of how a district was able to do it. To be honest, that's just luck, right? We took sour grapes and turned it into lemonade during the pandemic. So that's just one example of how we were able to do that. But what I want to end here is just clarification, making sure I heard exactly right, is the board is giving us direction to put together a survey with the board that we will use, or with the board's involvement and approval, that we will use to seek, engage whether or not our community has the willingness to do this. 2, I heard the board would like us to also have in-person type of community forums to hear directly from community members. And then 3rd, come back and report that information back to the board. Did I hit all the pieces there? Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all your time. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Section 9, action items, 9.1, personnel report.
As presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. White and second by Mr. Husky. Vote, please. Nine point two, approval of 2024 comprehensive school safety plans.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Husky and second by Dr. Wyatt. Vote, please. What happened? Oh, question?
Oh, I have a concern about 9.2.
Oh, go ahead.
We had a parent today that expressed her concerns of what happened on a field trip, and it was related to safety. And this is an approval for a comprehensive safety plan. I looked at it. One of her kids attends Virtual Academy, which that's not included in terms of the schools that is listed in the safety plan. So I actually would like to see if we can go back and revisit that safety plan, make sure it's comprehensive, and also include how do we handle situations like that on field trips, because I don't know if we even have oversight on how we deal with field trips.
I'd make a suggestion that we pass this, vote on this plan, and then we can make changes to it, but at least have this plan in place, rather than not having the changes that staff has deemed we need right now. We can make sure that Ms. Ariana, you get with Ms. Alexander? Look at the changes you want to bring it back to the board?
Can we add that into the motion? Is that something that we can
You
do?
don't have to. You're just going to pass this and then we can always bring it back.
I mean, these are more for this, what happens when there's an incident out of school site and how our partners respond, correct?
Right, this
As
is, this
opposed
is the
to-
mandatory safety
Right.
plan that's required by the CDE, and it has a specific template. So we're just meeting the timeline in a template. We can augment it on our own without having the board approve it to send to the state. So certainly, as President Tillman stated, we can pass as is to meet the minimum criteria that the state requires, and then we can augment it as necessary.
And let me say, in terms of safety, even on field trips, there are things that can happen that are beyond our control. I've been to the Black Cause Expo for many, many years. I didn't go this time, but I would say we're going to leave before the end of the day because that's when they had the step show and things got a little more rowdy. When she said it happened at 2 o'clock, I was really surprised because that's in the meat of the program where you're just trying to get accepted in the colleges. You can't control what happens. I could even see where students get leave. I've been a chaperone, so I've said, okay, we're going to meet back at this point at whatever time, 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock, because you have juniors and seniors. They're going to go and try to wait in line and get accepted in the colleges. Of course, there should be a contingency plan in case something goes bad. I'm not going to talk about that specific instance, but on this item, let's pass it, and then we can work with the superintendent on making the changes and updates and bring it back again. Thank you. Vote, please. Motion passed. 9.3, resolution of district emergency, February 2024 storms.
Second.
Moved and second. Moved by Dr. White, second by Mr. Husky. Vote, please. Motion passed. 9.4, resolution declaring property as exempt surplus land, 1 acre of assessed parcel number 0154-28101.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Husky and second by Dr. White. Vote, please. Motion passed. Section 10, consent items. 10.1, approval of consent items.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Husky, seconded by Dr. Wyatt. Any to remove? Seeing none, vote please. Motion passed. Section 11, reports, comments by union organizations. 11.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
No comments.
11.2, California School Employees Association.
No comments.
11.3, Communication Workers of America.
No comments.
11.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
No comments.
Section 12, mandated policy revisions. 12.1, approval and adoption of board policy 5145.3, non-discrimination/harassment.
I'll move.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. White and second by Mr. Husky. Vote, please. Motion passed. Section 13, board policies, bylaws, discussion, second reading. 13.1, approval of new board policy, all personnel, professional, adult, student boundaries.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wise, second by Ms. Chahusky. Vote, please. Motion passed. Section 14, reports, comments. 14.1, board member reports. I'll start with Mrs. Alexander.
Thank you. I'd like to start off on a highlight, just saying congratulations to our ETSA department for an excellent honor roll for Black students and Pacific Islanders. I think was great. And, you know, just the very fact that we were able to award 1,600 students is amazing. And just be able to highlight their success, but to continue to encourage them. And just wanted to highlight that. I also wanted to say thank you to the school board, the cabinet, honoring Assistance League. We were really honored with that award. It means a lot to us. We have been around since the 40s, so in order to be able to sustain the organization and be able to have an impact at the level that we have and continue to thrive for, is definitely something we take serious, and we're very happy to be able to continue working with the school district. And wanted to say thank you to Superintendent Ariano for coming out today for our Operation School Bell program, just being able to just see what we do in the community, but most importantly for our scholars was excellent, and just you interacting with them and talking to them and just having that personal approach, but taking out the time, especially in the rain, was appreciative. And to Dr. Rodriguez's staff, you know, just coming out and helping us out, and I know you're there as well every month, was great. So to me, it's an honor. I am president this year, but I've been a member of Assistance League for over 9 years. And you can't really feel what we feel unless you see what we do. And we have a dental center where we also have students that come out and that we're able to help them and really bring magic to their lives. So thank you. It's an honor for that award. Also, I received a couple of calls about just gaining a little bit more insight about our pathway program related to how we how we work with the community, particularly when it comes to like if there's like services that we extend out to the community. For example, just what we're doing at San Andreas, so working with the restaurants. You know, do we have any type of oversight or any policies around that, and just gaining clarity about it. So that's just something we need to address, and it's more from a community engagement perspective. Also, another call that I got was in reference to, I guess, our equipment is outdated in our auto body shop. I'm not sure of all the details, but it was something that was highlighted, and that's at Pacific. So just some areas that maybe we need to look into just to get clarity on, just to make sure that the community is aware of it. And then related to the parent that came today, that was very disturbing. And I think we all felt her concerns. And so that's why I feel like we need to go back and revisit our safety policy. And I understand what you're saying, that was the state. But when we look at our policies, and I know I sit on that committee, but that's something that we need to bring back up. We need to talk about it. We need to scope it out, because that can happen anywhere. And because we cannot predict what happens when situations like that arise. But if anything, we can make sure we have policies around how to address it and make sure, one, our chaperones understand what they're supposed to do, because she brought up some examples. We need to find out more, and I guess go back to the department that was responsible for the actual HBCU tour and find out more specifics. But that Jessica definitely has some concerns that we need to address. And then we need to address them not only with her, but all the parents whose kids attended. And then we need to look at our policy around how we manage field trips, what is our safety measures, and then how do we do it from an overall 911 perspective. And I think that's pretty much it. Thank you.
And I just want to piggyback. It's also making sure parents are made aware at the moment. I know as a parent myself, I probably do the same thing, be worried and try to shoot down there as soon as I
Talking
could.
about the policy,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Right.
And so you have to, no, with regards to, yes, the policy. And then I also wanted to say, I really do appreciate the fact that you're able to organize this in the front, because sometimes when we have presentations or student performances, I feel like sometimes they perform for us, but in reality, it's also for the audience. And I think by us being in the front as well, everybody else was able to enjoy it. It wasn't just us from the podium. So I just want to say I thought that was a great idea. Maybe looking at doing that in the future for all performances. That way, everybody gets to enjoy it, and they're not necessarily just facing us. Thank you.
Mrs. Grande?
Okay, well, I've had a really wonderful and busy last 2 weeks. I've been in the skies visiting my adorable great-grandbaby, my first great-grandbaby daughter that I've ever had in my whole life. So I'm very excited about that jet lag. And I'm excited to be attending this year's CABE. I'll be going to as many workshops as I can, and looking forward to seeing some of you there. And I am signed up for Read Across America in the next coming few weeks. I'm very excited about going back to Vermont school, and I'll be visiting there, and then Emerton. And High Pack is unusual in that I had a choice. I can do a video of myself reading and send it to them, or in person. Well, since I already have a activity that same day, so I chose to make a video of me reading. And David in Communications, Mary Roan, is helping me do the video. So then we're going to send that. So I'm excited about doing that. And in the next coming weeks, I'll be going to the Your Voice Matters Symposium at Cal State, where the students are going to be expressing themselves with poetry and music and all of that kind of thing. So I'll report back to you next time on how that goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ceballos.
Just really quickly, I also want to say, shout out or kudos to the ETA department. I was able to, I know sometimes I can't, I'm very busy with working up the hill, but when I do get a chance to come down, and it was on a Saturday, so it was really nice to see the students being honored. I was actually able to stay for I think there was 3 different pieces. I was able to stay for our African American student recognition and honoring, but also our Pacific Islander recognition students. So that was really nice to be a part of, and I know Ms. Chahusky was there as well. So I enjoyed sharing that space. And I think that's pretty much it. I won't take any more time. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, just real quick comment as well. Just want to say thank you to the district and the support that they had for the Making Hope Happen Foundation and honoring Dr. Margaret Hill at the breakfast. And we had, I think it was Miss Alexander and Miss Chahusky, and our superintendent was there. So just say thank you for that, and definitely thank you to the ETA department as well for the honor roll for our African American Black students and Pacific Islanders. I think they even added Filipino this year, so that was nice to see. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Ms. Chahusky.
Thank you. I was actually able to stay the entire day for the Black and Island Honor Roll, and kudos to the ETA department. They got us all out on the dance floor, and evidently there's a new dance, the Boogie Shuffle, that Mr. Hardy has developed, and he got us all out there on the floor dancing. And then Miss Alexander, you missed it, but there were a few of us, Dr. Funches, Mr. Ariano, Mr. Valles, and I, that actually had to get up on stage and hula. So that was, special. But it was a really wonderful event. Oh, thank you to all of our families who came out and spent their day and their time there bringing their students so that we could honor them. And congratulations to all of them. They all had 3.0s or better, or 3s and better if they were in elementary school. And so that was wonderful to see all that student achievement. I also was able to attend the Family, the Leadership Institute with all of our parents and Miss Consuelo, who is just amazing. There's an interest in having our parent tonight. Gosh, her name just went out of my head. Yadira, what's her last name? Yes, Contreras, in having student leadership at a couple of our high schools. I think that would probably be a really good idea. I'm from some of our schools, so I'm hoping that maybe we can follow up and see if that's a possibility. I want to also say kudos to our dancers from Arroyo Valley tonight. They brought tears to my eyes. That was so beautiful and so moving. I like every time I think about it tonight, I just get all teared up again because it just was such an emotional thing. Thank you to Making Hope Happen. I also attended the Dr. Hill All About the Children breakfast, and I'm really excited for what they're trying to accomplish in terms of providing scholarship and supporting our students. Going to Mom Mob at Gomez this Friday, so if you are available Friday morning, there will be a Mom Mob at Gomez Elementary School, so I'm looking really forward to that. In terms of school safety, you know, that is my thing, our school safety and our kids, and we talk about our safe routes and we talk about on campus, but one of the things that I thought about today is we really, in the new age in the United States, we don't talk really about what to do if there's a tragedy and a crisis and we're away from our campuses, we're on field trips. And I know as someone who's taken a lot of students on our campuses, we have procedures, but I don't think we've thought about them to the extent of what do you do, in some of the crises. I hesitate to say active shooter, but if there's an issue like that, how do we do that? And so I think that might be something. I don't know whether that's the safety committee that does that, or if it's Chief Polino's area, or Mr. Batir or what. But I think it probably be. I would like to see us have some conversation about what does communication look like. I thought there was some communication going out after this last incident, but what does that look like? And then we're getting ready to gear up for selecting student board members for next year. I can't believe we're almost through it. Our student board members this year have just been amazing. I've just been so proud of them for being our pilot students and really trying to work this. And so we're working towards that. And then I'd like to end, if we may, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence when we close tonight. Many of you probably know a parent advocate. I was blessed to work with 3 of her students, Brandy, Paul, and Michelle Ramos, but Erica Delgado passed away. She fought a valiant fight with cancer, and her services are this Friday. I'm not able to attend, but my heart goes out to their family. She's done so much and has been so active in our district for so long that I'm wondering if we can please close with a moment of silence.
What I'd like to do is, in the future, and even this time, it should be agendized. We used to have a list of past employees or students who were recently deceased, and it'd be agendized, and it would say we're going to adjourn in honor of them. You would take all the items, but if there was a specific one, you could read it. So let's just have it agendized for the next meeting, and we can take the moment of silence, because it's supposed to be agendized.
Okay, I'm sorry. Since I've been on the board, it's been happening this way, so that's how I did it.
The moment of silence?
Yeah, we've had a couple of them, and we've just asked for them and then asked to agenda. But however you want to do it, you're the chair. I did it this way because that's what I'd seen done since I've been on the board.
We can do it that way. I didn't know we. Okay. That brings us to 14.2. Hold on, just so I don't. Where do you want to do the moment of silence? Right now? Oh. Okay, I'll let you do it. All right. And then 14.2, superintendent and staff.
Appreciate that, President Tillman, members of the Board of Education. First of all, I just want to make it clear, Dr. Funches and I, we nailed those dances, right, Marcus? We were holding it down, We got rhythm. Yeah, I want to start off also by thanking our amazing students from Arroyo Valley High School. Boy, that sure was a great presentation. Our students truly shine, and it was a great representation of how we honor Black history in our district. And I was reflecting on this month being Black History and thinking about all my colleagues in my past that added richness to me as a professional and definitely added richness to our district. So just want to shout out to a few of those folks. Richard Patterson, who was a longtime teacher at Parkside Elementary. Pat Williams, who was a longtime elementary counselor in the district. Linda Bardier, of course, communications director. Pat Daniels, who was my vice principal and retired, I believe, as a special ed coordinator. Butch Geiger, he had the coolest walk, right? Vice principal over at Purdue and Arroyo. Gerald Thompson, who was one of our M&O supervisors. And of course, his mom, Miss Candy Thompson, that for 35 years worked as an instructional aide at Riley Elementary School, Joyce Payne, who recently passed away, elementary principal. Duke Snyder, school police, school security guard, Purdue. Danny Tillman's chuckling because you can still hear Duke's voice, right? Calvin White, longtime counselor and principal in the district, and Tony Dupree, former board member. So just some great people who have touched my life and students' life here in the district. So glad to see them still have an impact on our community as a whole. I too want to give kudos to our Ed Services, in particular ETSA department, for a wonderful Saturday experience for the Black Honor Roll and the Pacific Islander Honor Roll. So to Will Greer, Francine Blackshear, and Lawrence Hardy, what a great sense of community that was created on Saturday, and I just really appreciate all that they did. And thank you to the board members who were able to attend and dance and smile and shake hands. And I also want to thank Sandra, Student Services, and the Family Engagement Department for another excellent Family Leadership Institute this past week. Consuelo did a great job with the parents. Mrs. Alba did a great presentation on the importance of A through G, how to get into college, and really asking parents to look within themselves and not to blame, but to take command of the educational process. I just thought it was an amazing FLI, so big kudos to everyone else on that. I know at the last board meeting, the board had asked us to be a little more intentional for the mental well-being services that are available for our employees. And so thanks to Mary Roan, thanks to Jeff Haynes, thanks to Marcus, and whoever else was involved, we put together a flyer campaign that went out on paper and online that really accentuates all the different resources that are available to our employees. So I wanted the board to know that we followed up on that. So it kind of looks like this. I think we may have put in a Friday update. If not, I'll put it in there. But wanted the board to know that that was important to us as well, and that we followed through. I'll be joining Mary Ellen and many of our colleagues in the district at the CAVE conference this week, starting tomorrow. I'm honored to have been selected as an honorary chair for the conference. So I get the pleasure of welcoming the masses on Friday morning before the keynote speaker that just so happens to be someone that I've worked with in the last couple of years in the District of Redlands, Dr. Tyrone Howard, professor at UCLA. So that's going to be a great honor for me, but it's a great honor for me just being the representative of San Bernardino Unified. Kudos to everybody who's been in this district for years, because San Bernardino is seen as one of the leaders in bilingual education and multilingualism as an organization. So it's going to be a proud moment for me to stand up there on behalf of our district. And so with that, I'd like to finish with just a few kudos. First of all, I want to congratulate Dr. Marcus Funches, our Assistant Superintendent of HR, who is the recipient of this year's Black Culture Foundation's Black Rose Award, in particular, the Dr. Juanita Scott Humanitarian of the Year Award. Dr. Funches, we are very proud of you, and whenever someone brings distinction to our district, we like to honor that as well. So I'd like to pass this along and know that we are very proud of you, sir, and looking forward to cheering you on. So appreciate you. Next slide. Want to commend and congratulate Tex Acosta, who is our Director of Multilingual Programs, who was recently selected by the Association of California School Administrators Region 12, which is all of San Mateo County, as the Outstanding Central Office Administrator of the Year in San Mateo County. So congratulations to Mr. Acosta. I also have a plaque for him, and at some point I'll get it to him. He could not be here tonight, but also very proud of Tex and that he and Dr. Funches are making our district continue to shine. So Tex, if you're listening in, man, congratulations to you as well. And my last kudos is to our PE program specialist, Mr. Scott Smith, who on Friday was inducted as the inaugural Cal State University of San Bernardino Alumni Hall of Fame. And I was there at the event Friday. Scott and I have known each other since we were 13 years old and graduated high school together. So it was important for me to be there to cheer him on, and we're very proud of Scott. So we have 3 shining stars here tonight, and we want to thank them for making us look good, but also for all the contributions that they make towards our staff, our district, and our community. And with that, thank you, President Tillman.
Thank you very much. Section 15, summary of board members' requests. 15.1, review of request.
Good evening. The first request is from Ms. Rosales Medina. She would like to see what bond amounts do high-achieving school districts pay for their bonds and how are they managing their facilities. The next request is from Mr. Tillman and the rest of the board. They would like to request an in-person community forum to hear from the community about the bond and move forward with a survey. The next request is from Ms. Alexander on agenda 9.2, requested information on how we handle incidents such as what occurred during the field trip mentioned during the public comment, and requested to augment the comprehensive school safety plans as necessary and revisit the safety policies. Ms. Alexander also requested some areas to look into and address, such as outdated items at pathways like Pacific Automotive. Ms. Rosales Medina requested to look into the safety policy to include making sure parents are notified about incidents such as the incident mentioned during the public comment. And the last request is from Ms. Chahusky, requested that school safety would like to see what communication would look like as far as what to do if there is tragedy on our campuses and we're away from our campus. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman, it's not on our campuses, it's when they're away, because our safety plans cover when we're on our campus and we have an issue. We don't, but what happens when we're away from our campus and there's an issue away from our campus, wherever we are?
Ms. Alexander?
Clarify about the pathways. It was 2 items. One is when we outsource or our students are providing services to outside agencies, what is our policy? Has it been reviewed and do we have to update it? Just need more clarity around that. Because there's some of the pathway programs have partnerships outside of their pathway program. For example, the one at San Andreas. And then the other one was in reference to the automotive center. The call I got was just that we need to make sure that our equipment is up to date.
And then Ms. Chahusky, a moment of silence.
I'd like to ask for a moment of silence in memory of Erica Delgado de Ramos.
Thank you very much. 16, meeting adjournment.
To adjourn.
Meeting adjourned.